Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Environmental Justice Symposium brought to you by our Commissioner from Orange County Government, Nicole Wilson, and our partners here at Berry Law University School of Law and our Center for Earth Jurisprudence. Let's give everyone a big round of applause. My name is Yesenia Negron, and I'm honored to be your MC for today's event. It's so exciting to have you all here with us, students, community leaders, elected officials, and advocates, all gathered to build more resilient, sustainable, and just Florida. Before we begin our program, I want to give a warm welcome not only to everyone here in the room, but also to those joining us live from home via our Orange TV broadcasting platform. Thank you to our Orange TV production team. They're in the back. Hello. For making this broadcast a possibility. You can also join our stream live via all of our Orange TV social platforms and via Commissioner Wilson's Facebook page. Thank you once again for being here today with us. And to begin our program, I'd like to invite everyone to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. Before we move on to our program, we'd like to take a moment to recognize the elected officials who have joined us today. We're honored to have with us various elected officials from different levels of government. Representing the United States Congress, please help me welcome with a big round of applause our U.S. Congressman Maxwell Frost. Our state representative, Ana Escamani. Our state representative, Leonard Spencer, if you're here in the room. Florida Senator, Carlos Guillermo Smith. Our Honorable Mayor, Jerry L. Deming. Our Orange County Commissioner representing District 3, Mayra Uribe. And of course, Commissioner Wilson. We also want to thank our many partners from across Orange County and the state of Florida who have joined us today to make this event a possibility. If there are any other elected officials that we have not recognized, please stand at this moment to be recognized. Okay, that's everyone. Awesome. A quick housekeeping notes. Food and drinks are not permitted inside of the moot courtroom. Please feel free to enjoy refreshments throughout the day in the atrium and lounge area. And please take a moment to silence your phones so we can give our full attention to our speakers and our panelists. We do want to encourage every single one of you who are here today to take notes, participate, ask the questions, be involved. This program was created for you to enjoy, and we're really looking forward to the discussions that will be held today. It is now my great honor to introduce Dean Leticia M. Diaz, one of our founding faculty members of Berry University's Duane Andreas School of Law, and is dean since 2007. Dean Diaz made history as the first Cuban-American woman to serve as dean of the ABA Accredited Law School in the United States, Under her visionary leadership, Barry Law has earned national recognition for its environmental law and advocacy programs, achieved multiple A-plus diversity rankings from Pre-Law magazine, and opened the state-of-the-art Legal Advocacy Center as part of a major campus expansion. Please help me welcome, with a big round of applause, our Dean Diaz.
Good morning, everyone. So I don't need an introduction now, but as you know, I'm Dean Diaz, and I'm delighted to welcome our esteemed panelists, distinguished speakers, elected officials, won't go through all of them, and all of you are honored guests. Welcome again to Barry Law and the 2025 Environmental Justice Symposium. We are fortunate, a little bit our program, to have one of the most comprehensive environmental law programs in the country, right here at Barry Law in Orlando. Barry Law students who participate in our Environmental and Earth Clinic, Honor Certificate Program, Environmental and Law Journal, I'm their faculty advisor, our Center for Earth Jurisprudence, and our many eco-focused student organizations go on to become passionate advocates for nature, something the world needs now more than ever. And today we're joined by one of our very own and by an extraordinary example of what this education produces. A tireless defender of Florida's natural beauty and a true champion for environmental justice, our very own alum, Commissioner Nicole Wilson. Her leadership and commitment reminds us of the power of law and community to protect the places we all love. I hope today's symposium inspires each of us to continue this important work and to remember that environmental justice is about protecting everyone and to stand together for a future that promotes sustainability, equality, and the right to environmental self-determination for our children and generations to come. So thank you all for being here and for joining this vital conversation. And now it's my great pleasure to invite Commissioner Nicole Wilson to the podium.
So I'm going to make her stay put for just a moment of personal privilege because I am incredibly grateful and to Dean Diaz, to the faculty, to the institution, to the mission. You may not know this, but Dean Diaz will be leaving her deanship at the end of this year.
After 18 years.
After 18 years. And will return to full-time teaching, which, by the way, was my first question when I saw her, because we need her on that side also, and having her leadership, having her mentorship has been so incredibly important for me. So I want to thank you for being here, for continuing to seek justice in every avenue, for continuing to foster young minds and bringing the next level of legal advocacy into Florida. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
So good morning. How are y'all doing? I am so excited to be here, and as nervous as I am because some of my greatest heroes are in this room, it's not as nervous as I've been in this room before. So this is, of course, my old stomping grounds, my alma mater, and I'm incredibly grateful and proud to be back here today. I earned that honor certificate that Dean Diaz spoke of. I actually sat on there. I was an editor for the Journal. I had the opportunity to argue clean air in moot court, and I had such an incredible levels of layers of education here. And I think the important part of that for me was that now that I'm doing what I'm doing as a county commissioner, I can say that the first time I ever saw Orange County's comprehensive plan, I was in the library right over there, not as a commissioner. And the first time that I heard about the struggle of the residents in Bithlo and the fact that clean water was an issue for them, I was in our clinic right here. And the first time that I heard that asthma levels were higher in Paramore, where all those highways intersect, was when I was having a discussion in the building right over here. And so for those who need to figure out how to connect those dots and why an education like this, a place like this, the programs that we have here, why they're important is because they really are those everyday pieces of how we then go about living. And by the way, I thought when I came into law school, I wanted to do something in civil rights, something in social justice. But what I realized is that environmental justice is social justice. Without clean air, clean water, a seat at the table, equitable representation where policies are being made, there isn't justice. Those are the keys. And so having the opportunity to take what I learned here and then go and represent the citizens of Orange County and some of those who have never been to the administration building and will never call their county commissioner because, quite frankly, they're just trying to survive. It is everything for me. And I'm incredibly grateful for the opportunity. So during my time here in Orange County, I've, of course, been really honored to work alongside of the most incredible staff in our various divisions and departments who are so completely committed to what we do in Orange County, to the community members that are many of them here in the room, to advance these policies that help protect our most vulnerable residents from disproportionate environmental impacts. So today, though, because I think we could all go down the rabbit hole on how many issues we know are out there, but standing here today surrounded by passionate advocates, educators, policymakers, and students, I am filled with gratitude and a renewed determination. We all know that there are strong political headwinds in anybody who's fighting for justice on any level, and especially environmental justice. But no matter our politics, people everywhere agree that everyone deserves clean air, clean water, access to green spaces, and a sustainable future. It takes great resolve to continue pushing forward on these issues, especially against these powerful special interests that sometimes don't even live in our community, or for those who seek to profit from exploiting our environment in our most vulnerable communities. That's why today matters. This symposium is about strengthening our resolve, building bridges across sectors and perspectives, and learning from one another. It's about turning ideas into action and policy into practice. And most importantly, it's about finding hope, and hope in our community. I know that those of us who care very deeply struggle and we feel tired sometimes. And so being in a community where we can really gather each other's hope and lift is critical. You're going to hear from powerful voices today who are doing the hard work every day to advance environmental policy, equity, and justice for Florida and beyond. We'll begin our first panel this morning with Environmental Policy in Motion, from Ideas to Implementation. And it's going to be featuring Congressman Maxwell Frost, Representative Anna Escamani, and Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith. And I believe they got me a seat up here too, so I'm really excited about that. We're privileged to then hear from Professor Dr. Nadia Ahmed, who is a brilliant environmental law scholar, and her research connects local environmental struggles to broader framework of global human rights. And then after lunch, which is graciously provided by our incredible host at the Center for Earth Jurisprudence, we'll continue with our second panel, Advocating for Change, Navigating Environmental Policy, featuring advocates from various groups, organizations that work on behalf of work on behalf of the environment. And this is going to include people that work in not just this area, but across the state and across the country. We'll also hear from young trailblazers who are going to be proving that the next generation isn't waiting on the sidelines. They are leading the way towards a more sustainable and just future. And finally, we'll close by hearing from our keynote speaker, Richard Grosso, who has dedicated his experience over the years of practice in environmental and land use law. And he's inspired so many of us to use law as policy and to push those policies forward at all levels of government. Protection and restoration are at the core of those. Throughout the day, I encourage you to visit with our vendors, connect with one another, share your ideas for Orange County's future and the future of Florida and our path forward. And before I close, I want to express my deepest gratitude for, once again, Berry Law and Berry Law Center for Earth Jurisprudence. This day would not have been possible without their incredible team. Their time, their space, their generosity, standing in the back, just give us a wave there. Thank you. Today is a reminder that when academia, government, nonprofits, and community come together, we can really inspire change. I feel so incredibly fortunate to return here and to continue building on the legacy that Berry Law has created. I also want to thank my board, my Orange County Commission. I know we have Commissioner Uribe here and, of course, Mayor Demings. I believe that the board that we have impaneled right now has done more in the environmental space here in Orange County than all of the history leading up to it. I'm going to make bold statements, but I can't say enough about the leadership of our board and our mayor, Jerry Demings. And finally, I must thank my District 1 team. They don't do symposiums for a living. I just want you to know, anytime you see a busy commissioner, there's always a busier staff behind them doing all of the work. And I would like them to take a moment to stand because they deserve a round of applause. So thank you all again for showing up, for being here, and your willingness to listen, to learn, and then to lead. Let's make today a great day. I have my great honor to introduce the mayor of Orange County, Jerry L. Demings, to provide a few remarks.
Buenos dias. Bonjour. Ni hao. It is indeed an honor for me to be here today. First, let me just begin by saying congratulations to Dean Diaz for 18 incredible years of leadership here. At a School of Law, I think that's a rarity to stay around that long, so you have done a phenomenal job. This morning, we all came together and we said the Pledge of Allegiance to that great flag. We're supposed to be one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I know today, if you're like me, you kind of feel like we're more divided. But I remain optimistic that we can come together with the right leadership, with the right focus. When we talk about justice for all, environmental justice is but one of those areas of justice that is important to all of us. So I'm elated to be here today. I thank my colleague, Commissioner Wilson, for the vision to have this symposium today to bring you all together. She is a model graduate of the Berry School of Law. She has been a vociferous advocate on the Board of County Commission for all of those environmental and sustainability related issues. And so we do applaud her leadership in that regard today as well. But we have a great board, as she said. You know, while all of us are not here, what I can tell you is that we are unified around the issue of making our community the best community that it can possibly be. Sometimes we don't always agree about how to get there, but more times than not, if you go back and you look at our votes are almost always unanimous. And that's because of the character of the people that we have, that we represent. I'm really proud of the Berry School of Law. I'd like to know if there are students here today who are currently enrolled at the school. Would you all stand and just so we can all see you? Okay. Thank you. One of you all might be an Orange County commissioner one day or the Orange County mayor, and we are very hopeful that you would seek some type of service to the people, some type of public service. It is, from my perspective, no better, more rewarding jobs that you can do. We get to make some serious, significant decisions about this community. Sometimes those decisions in my now nearly 45-year career have involved life-saving decisions, to decisions that you may not realize that we make every day about what this community will be tomorrow and in the future. This symposium today will talk about environmental justice, sustainability issues. We owe it to the generations who are living now, but also to the generations that are not yet born, to ensure that we leave this place the best place that it can be for them. With your help, I am confident that we'll be able to do that. So, Commissioner Wilson, thank you for your wisdom. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for being our trusted colleague on the Board of County Commission. Thank you all for giving me just a few moments to speak. You're going to hear from some great speakers today. Muchas gracias. Merci beaucoup. And Siche.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Dean Diaz, for your remarks and for your encouraging leadership and really providing a space that we can talk more, learn more, and be more engaged. As our first panel, we prepare for our first panel. We would like to do a group photo, correct? Let's do with Dean, yes, and Mayor to celebrate the 18 years of celebration of Dean. Yes, let's give Dean another round of applause. Come to the middle, to the middle. Yes, to the middle. To the middle. Yes, it's a quick photo with all of our electeds to celebrate Dean's 18 years. We're very thankful for your leadership. Gracias. Let's give Dean another round of applause for her leadership. Thank you. As our first panel, we will be introducing our first panel. As our first panel examines how decisions made at the local, state, and federal levels influence Florida's ability to respond to environmental challenges like heat, hurricanes, and health. Panelists will explore how shifts in policy and governance can either strengthen or strain our capacity for resilience, and how collaboration among attorneys, policymakers, and advocates can drive solutions that protect the people and places most at risk. Leading this conversation is Alan Marshall. Alan Marshall is the Environmental Policy Coordinator for Orange County. Alan has spent more than 2 decades shaping environmental policy across the county, from regulatory development and sustainability planning to leading initiatives that promote community resilience. He was instrumental in advancing Vision 2050, the county's comprehensive growth plan, promoting smart, sustainable development and responsible land use. Please help me welcome Alan Marshall and all of our panelist guests, our elected officials, to the stage.
Yes, I brought the liquid death.
I love liquid death.
Thank you, Yesenia, and good morning, everyone. I'm excited to moderate this discussion today on how policy decisions at every level are affecting Florida's resilience. We have an exceptional group of panelists who bring experience from government, advocacy, and the legal field. And let's just give them one more quick round of applause before I give them an introduction. So first off, I'm honored to welcome Congressman Maxwell Frost, who proudly represents Florida's 10th Congressional District right here in Central Florida. Before becoming the first member of Gen Z elected to Congress, Congressman Frost served as National Organizing Director for March of Our Lives, leading nationwide efforts to end gun violence and empower young people to create change. In Congress, he continues to champion climate action, affordable housing, reproductive rights, and public safety, bringing passion and purpose to every fight for Florida's future. He's secured millions in federal funding for Central Florida, supporting projects like bike and pedestrian trail improvements, clean water initiatives, affordable housing, and public safety, and UCF's new hydrogen hub, which will train the next generations of clean energy professionals. Next, we're joined by Representative Anna Escamani, a leading voice in Florida House for environmental protection, renewable energy, and community resilience. Representative Escamani has championed bold climate and conservation policies, including House Bill 957, which proposed transitioning Florida to 100% renewable energy by 2050, while creating programs to help workers move into the clean energy economy. She also sponsored House Bill 6003, recognizing legal rights for the natural environment, and House Joint Resolution 1625, calling for reforms to the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission to strengthen accountability. Next, we're also joined by Senator Carlos Guillermo Smith. Senator Smith has been a strong advocate for renewable energy, heat protections for outdoor workers, and environmental conservation across Florida. In the last legislative cycle, he introduced legislation to expand the use of tourist development tax to support public transportation and other community priorities. And last but not least, joining our panel is Commissioner Nicole Wilson, who has championed policies that protect wetlands, strengthen fertilizer. You hear it all again. You got to hear it all again. Tree ordinances. She worked with me on the tree ordinance, right. Preserving natural lands. Through programs like Green Place, Commissioner Wilson has helped conserve 2,587 acres of environmentally sensitive land with $100 million investment in 2021. A very strong supporter of Vision 2050, she pushed for smarter growth and protects rural boundaries, reduces urban sprawl, and focuses development where infrastructure already exists. Through her advocacy, she continues to remind us that responsible land use is environmentalism, and she fights for it every single day. Thank you all for being here today. So we're running a little bit late, but I'll just let everybody know we've got 11 or so questions, so a couple of minutes answer per question should get us there. We're going to start off with the federal and regulatory changes. So Congressman Maxwell, you'll get the first couple of questions will be sort of directed your way. The first is about NOAA and preparedness. We've seen federal budget cuts for agencies like NOAA that play a central role in hurricane forecasting and climate monitoring. From your perspective, how have these shifts affected Florida's ability to prepare for extreme heat and storm events? And are there any particular gaps in forecasting or response that remain most urgent to address?
Yeah, many. And it's so good to be here with everybody. And thank you so much, Commissioner Wilson, for your leadership on this. Up until about 2 weeks ago, I was on the Science, Space, and Technology Committee in Congress, which oversees NOAA and the National Weather Service and NASA. And so a lot of my work was actually focused on this, and it has been devastating this past year under the Trump administration. Of course, first with DOGE and a lot of the firings that we saw, I had many different anonymous calls with whistleblowers, both in NOAA and the National Weather Service, and also folks who are meteorologists here locally and across the state to hear about the direct impacts. And it's scary. You know, right now, NOAA is operating with 30 less of our offices having what's essentially called a meteorologist in charge. This is a really big deal. In fact, our Tampa office is suffering from this as well. And it makes it so that way our local meteorologists who help ensure that our people have the information they need to make decisions about the safety of their family, them, their home, whatever, are not getting the most up-to-date and minute-to-minute information that they're used to because of these firings. We've seen meteorologists fired, scientists, technicians, data analysts, both at NOAA and the National Weather Service. And we've seen these impacts nationwide. We saw the horrible flood that happened in Texas, that local office being devastated by the Trump administration's cuts as well. The staff and expertise that help us get the information we need matter. It's a matter of life or death for our people. And not just about resiliency and protecting life and all that, which is really important, but also the second half of this, which is huge cuts to research, basic research, and the science that helps us long-term with understanding weather patterns in this country. In case you don't know, we currently don't have a full global outlook of weather patterns in this country yet, or in this entire world yet. And it's something that NOAA and the National Weather Service were really working towards. A lot of that work has been completely gutted due to the Trump administration. And so I'm really concerned as we're in the middle of a hurricane season. We're also really concerned about the hurricane hunters. And some of you know last year I got invited to go on one of these flights with the hurricane hunters. I did it. I didn't tell my parents until I was on the plane. But it was a 9-hour flight. We went in and out of Hurricane Milton twice or 3 times. But it was really important that I was on there because severely underfunded. These are heroes. Most of them live in Tampa, and most of them do 12 hours on, 12 hours off, pack up their family, send them to some hotel in a different state, and they're doing the work of heroes to make sure we have the information we need. After speaking with a whistleblower as part of that program as well, we've seen that crew of 20, also many people get let go and fired as well. These are the people who are dropping beacons into the ocean so we can understand more about the hurricanes and so we can inform our final mile evacuations and last mile evacuations and everything like that. So I'm very concerned about everything going on with the National Weather Service right now, and it's a really dark time for them.
Thank you very much. So second question, federal budget cuts under the new administration have begun scaling back key Inflation Reduction Act incentives for renewable energy. What evidence of these rollbacks are you seeing in Florida? For instance, stalled solar or wind projects, reduced grid resilience efforts, or rising household energy costs. So how might such cutbacks affect electricity demand and affordability during periods of extreme heat?
Yeah, really big setbacks. The Solar for All program, that was really important. Florida had actually won about $156 million in federal grants to help ensure that we can expand solar across the entire state. $156 million in grants have been canceled by the Trump administration through the Solar for All. And we all know solar is the lowest cost energy that we have, anywhere from 20 to 30% cheaper than dirty fossil fuels. And so that's something that impacts a lot of things. They call it the big beautiful bill. I call it the big ugly bill, or you can call it the big beautiful bill for billionaires. That was passed is going to cost Florida 100,000 clean energy jobs. 100,000 jobs. In fact, many people in the trades and our unions call the big ugly bill the job killer bill because it's killing jobs across the entire country, especially when it relates to clean energy. And, one of the most exciting things about the Inflation Reduction Act that was passed is, of course, moving us closer to net zero, but also the jobs that come with it and the excitement of a whole new green economy that exists that is really untapped, that it's going to have good paying union jobs for our people at a time where our people need good work, doing good things for our country. And so that has huge impact as well. We've seen renewable energy projects canceled across the entire country. We're in the middle. The reason I'm here, Sarah from my staff was supposed to be speaking. I'm speaking because I was supposed to be in D.C., but we're in the middle of a government shutdown. And so I'm here at home right now. During this government shutdown, the Trump administration is also trying to use the shutdown to cancel projects across the entire country. This is going to raise energy costs for people everywhere. In Florida, it'll average anywhere from $80 to $100 that everyone will see in their energy bill going up. which is a huge concern, especially here in Central Florida, especially as we talk about certain parts of our community. We're talking about Wedgefield or different places like this that are already experiencing a crisis on this. It's going to get worse. People are going to pay more for energy. And then, of course, we're going to see utility companies continue a lot of predatory behavior and use a lot of the scaling back of these projects to actually try to make even more money and try to hike rates even more than they need to. And this is a problem we're seeing with the tariffs as well.
Thank you, Congressman. Next question is about FEMA and disaster response. And I'm going to actually open this up also to our state reps if they want to jump in. So FEMA plays a critical role in disaster response and recovery. With recent funding cuts under the Trump administration, what challenges do you anticipate in FEMA's ability to provide timely relief, particularly for underserved communities who often face the greatest barriers to recovery after hurricanes or heat-related disasters?
I'll just start real quick and then everyone can answer. There have been huge cuts to a lot of different programs. The BRIC program, which is really important, that provides funds for infrastructure and grid resiliency, that directly connects to our resiliency and natural disasters. But look, this interim FEMA director we have literally said in June at a confirmation hearing that he didn't know that a hurricane season existed. Okay, this is the person running. Yeah, it's crazy. This is the person running FEMA right now. This is part of a greater goal that they have to privatize a lot of key components of the government, right? So the things that are right in front of them right now that they want to privatize is the Postal Service. They want to then move to Social Security Administration. FEMA is one of these as well. And we've heard what they want to do is do away with FEMA and essentially take all the money and put it into block grants and then eliminate the agency itself. This would be disastrous for this entire country, especially the state of Florida. The state of Florida has one of the best emergency management divisions in the country, right? We would still suffer from this because you can't just give people money and expect people to be able to implement it in a way that makes sense. And if you have seen during a hurricane, we have many different emergency operation centers that open up across the entire state, staffed, not of course by county municipal staff. You have FEMA that will set up places as well, but there are tons of FEMA staff that get disseminated across the entire state of Florida to help us before, during, and especially after a hurricane as well. So this is something everyone should be really concerned about. We already see a backlog in staffing and in requests through FEMA as well. This would be disastrous for the state of Florida, especially for small, rural, red states that do not have a year-round emergency management infrastructure at all. A lot of these states really depend on FEMA to be able to pick up, go over there, and help them out. And so, of course, something that impacts us in the state of Florida, being a frontline community, especially in light of the climate crisis, but it impacts the entire country.
Well, and I can just add real quick, too, thinking about the intersections of inequities, disaster relief, disaster response. Obviously, when a hurricane comes through our state, everyone is impacted. But those who are most impacted are already those who have different types of disparities. They live in an environment of concentrated disadvantage. And so it's much harder for them to prepare, and it's much harder for them to then have relief from the impact of that storm. And the individual assistance programs from FEMA, where you're working with that resident, that homeowner, case by case to figure out what is your path to recovery, what does that look like, and what resources can FEMA make available to you. If that's not responsive, if that's not expedient, it makes it even more challenging for that person to ever recover from that storm. And we can look at, of course, Orange County has done, I think, a phenomenal job. I know a phenomenal job in responding. I mean, myself, Congressman Frost, Senator Smith, Commissioner Wilson, and Mayor Demings, and Commissioner Uribe, we're on the ground when these storms happen, and we're trying to figure out what are the needs, what can we do to be responsive. But even the reimbursement process with FEMA for our smaller municipalities is very challenging. And going back to the congressman's point, when there's not enough staff to take in this huge, massive disaster to respond, then it's going to make what used to be a well-oiled machine stutter. And those stutters can be life and death for a family. It can also determine if someone can go back to work in time to recover economically from the disaster. And we still have Floridians across the state, especially in Southwest Florida, who are living in trailers, who have not yet been able to get back on their feet. And of course, this intersects with the property insurance crisis as well. None of these issues exist in a vacuum. And so part of my concern, not just with FEMA, but also with the Florida Department of Emergency Management, FDM, is the over-politicization of agencies that used to be very neutral. And I know we'll get to this later, but the reality of FDM building and maintaining immigrant detention camps in Florida right now under an extended emergency order, that erodes trust for a lot of families. And typically when FDM or FEMA shows up at your door, regardless of your status, there's not a hesitation to work with that entity. But now there could be a pause for someone who maybe has a mixed status family, for someone who is undocumented. They may not ask for help anymore. They may not open the door to that FDM staff member for fear of this new reality that these once neutral agencies are now more political.
And just to add to that, the reality is now the FEMA funds that used to be used for disaster relief, for resiliency, they're now being used for immigration enforcement. So I see that as a major challenge. We just saw recently the news that the federal government, through FEMA funds, will be reimbursing the state of Florida just over $600 million for the efforts at the Everglades detention camp and at the Baker Detention Center, which is holding immigrant detainees. They are reimbursing us $608 million, I think is the total amount, out of FEMA funds. So that is $608 million out of FEMA that we're using for immigration enforcement, which I would say is more of a political stunt to benefit the governor, instead of using it for disaster relief and resilience. So to Rep. Escamani's point, this general politicization of these agencies is also hurting the core mission of the agency itself.
I actually have a question for you.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that I think would be beneficial for everyone to know. Your office works directly with a lot of environmental data and information that you get from NOAA and the National Weather Service, and I just think it'd be beneficial for everyone to hear a little about how that is integrated into your work, how important that is.
Yeah, I almost jumped in back when we were.
All I could think about was all these
I wanted to ask you this and I forgot.
pass-throughs that are critical for this conversation.
Right.
We are.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. So, I mean, there's no debate that reliable data is important. I mean, we all know this, that garbage in, garbage out statement is so true. Everyone knows it. I think my top concern would be if federal cuts are just causing less data to be collected, okay? And maybe even worse if there's a less rigorous analysis of that data, okay? If less staff, less time, less, rigor of that quality control. I think a second thing might be that if cost cutting starts to bring some of our sampling equipment at the federal level to a more temporary status versus permanent, more professional facilities. And so you're taking maybe a 75% swing at that data collection. So I have some concerns there. Yes.
So just for the audience sake, explain a little bit about this data collection and what we get from the sort of structural support of the federal government for data collection.
Well, for Orange County, we have a very large environmental protection division and a lot of laboratory resources, and actually we collect a lot of that data. When you're talking about air, and our air managers are here today, in air we, obviously we are collecting data for ozone, sorry, popped out of my head. So for ozone, you've got particulate matter, a number of other criteria pollutants. And going back to the congressman's point is we are in a good place, at least for so far with the county, because we do a lot of that data collection here. We send that air data up to EPA. But smaller counties, more rural counties aren't going to have the benefits that Orange County has of the staff needed, the contracts, with the federal government. But the staff that are collecting those obviously are partly or wholly funded by EPA. So there might be some issues there. And so we're not in as bad a situation as other places might be. but it's something that we need to continue to watch.
Yeah, and the other thing too, to your point is, look, when something's important to the federal government, it lives in every agency one way or another, right? It lives in every piece of it. And now we see all these agencies being politicized. And one that I didn't mention that's important is actually NASA, which has a huge climate portfolio. In fact, one of the first times at the Kennedy Space Center as a member of Congress was for the launch of the Tempo satellite, which is one of our leading satellite systems for anything relating to the climate crisis for this country. And we're seeing those launches be scaled back. We're seeing things become more and more privatized there. And it's really concerning, of course, now, but also 10 years in the future, 20 years in the future, when people are trying to make decisions in offices like yours across the country, meteorologists across the country, and we can't seem to get the patterns that we used to. And that's something I'm really concerned about as well.
Right. I think for extreme heat, we should start looking towards redesigning for heat. And that's data that we need. We need new studies. We need better studies. We need federal information for that. Okay, so we're going to transition over into Florida-specific laws and policy shifts. So, Commissioner Wilson, first up on preemption laws and local authority.
Get it, girl. Get it, girl.
Everyone's favorite
Preemption
topic right now. So, Florida recently enacted Senate Bill 180, which limits local authority over land development and constrains comprehensive plan statewide. How do these restrictions affect the ability of local governments to respond to climate threats such as flooding and extreme heat? And what legal or policy strategies might attorneys or local officials use to work around those challenges or limitations?
Okay, so this is a fairly complex issue, but I want to kind of go back to the history of it, because I think it's important to understand that Senate Bill 180 may be the one everyone's talking about right now, but we have been struggling for a very long time locally with the erosion of home rule. And one of the things that is incredible in the history of Florida was the concept of charter counties home rule, where, because we are such a diverse state in every makeup, right? We're talking about ecologically, population densities, all of those things are huge variables from county to county. And we had the ability to lead in that county tailor-made for the people there, for the challenges there, for the emergencies there, for the health risks there. And over the last several years, I would say 10 years, potentially, preemption has become not a floor issue, it's a ceiling where if we want to make something even more protective, because we know we have more farm workers, or we wanted to increase minimum wage in our area because we know we have more hospitality workers, that those things were preempted at the state level very specifically to target the areas trying to address those issues, and can largely be tied back to special interests. And so the part that's really hard as a local lawmaker is that we have, every 2 weeks, we're on a legislative cycle, we open the doors, people come in, they say, my backyard is wet, we're getting flooded, how can you help me? We go to the science, we've got the data, we're like, hey, we can see how to help you. We can figure this out, look at this, we know what's going on now. We're able to then recreate either a design standard, some kind of a mitigation. There's something that we can do as a local government because we have divisions and departments to do those things. And then a lawmaker out of Spring Hill, Florida, or Palatka, Florida, says, no, sorry, you can't. And so it's a very broken system to think about these preemptions being very blanketed. The part that has gotten aggressively worse, I think, over these last several years, and I kind of want to hear from our colleagues that are up against this on the floor up there, is the punitive preemption, right? So the punitive preemption creates a chill. This idea that if local government continues to pursue what we understand are good policy for our citizens, tailor-made for our citizens and the concerns that they have, the struggles that they're encountering, that not only would it run afoul of state law, but that we could be actually penalized for that, not just professionally, but personally penalized. And so there's this idea of, and I think, if you all remember the gun preemption in the city of Tallahassee, that they arrested a local leader, or they threatened to arrest a local leader, right? And so these are the types of actions that really prevent the type of balance we need. We need to be able to push back and forth on these issues, because there are times that state preemptions about things that create a floor and allow us to have something standardized across the state make a lot of sense. But if we can't address local issues through the mechanism that the Constitution in Florida gave us, which, said that local home rule is a critical component, then we are really hamstrung. And those things really are affecting health, safety, and welfare. And that's our primary role, is health, safety, and welfare. When you tell me that I can't keep people from building in a flood zone, then I'm putting those people's health at risk. That I asked the governor to go ahead and send me a raft and some life preservers, because that's all you're allowing me to do in an area that we know, because it used to be a rare flood, area, is now a high flood zone. And so those are the things that I really struggle with. I'm very concerned about our residents, because they don't understand why we're not acting. And so trying to be able to tell them we're trying to act. We've got the information. We have a solution. We just need to figure out how to pull those mechanisms on a multi-tier governmental level.
And can I add to the perspective of how the preemption obviously harms our local governments and their ability to serve our communities here locally? Because, let's acknowledge our elected city commissioners and county commissioners, local government is the government that is closest to the people, that is most responsive to the needs of our community. So we should be empowering them to be responsive, not preempting them and taking away their authority. I want to give you the big picture, though, on the why these preemptions continue to happen and are pushed by state government in Tallahassee. The big picture here is this is a power grab. This is a consolidation of power. The more, and this has happened incrementally, saw it again last session, and we saw it in all the previous sessions leading up to that. The more laws that the state passes to minimize or take away the authority of our local cities and our local county, the more that authority then defaults to the state. So it is a consolidation of power. Is it helping developers, for example, at least in the case of Senate Bill 180? Absolutely, it's helping developers. So they see it as a win-win, because developers fund their campaign coffers as well. But I want to make sure that you understand that there is a common thread. I'm giving you the 10,000-foot view. When they push ideas like we need to eliminate property taxes, it sounds good at its face, but what is the motivation behind it? The motivation is, if you eliminate property taxes, you have also effectively reduced and minimized the authority that local government has to be able to make decisions, funding decisions, on the services and the programs that we provide here locally, and moving that to the state as well. So that's a power grab as well. And I just want to point out that dynamic.
I'm so glad you did. And I, as part of the lead up, made mention of a lawmaker from Spring Hill. And just to be able to connect the dots for you here, and this is something that they're very aware of because we've been following this for years, is the lawmaker I'm referencing is now the Doge czar for Florida.
Right.
So now we have a lawmaker who we understand has come after, and very specifically, some growth management and some environmental protection ordinances that Orange County was working on, and worked on preemptions for those. And we're going to round back now at a higher level of authority to say that property taxes are being mismanaged. Now, if anybody really wanted us to save money, they would let us go through with every one of these control measures for growth management, because that is the best way for us to save money. That efficiency, that cost savings is not what they're after. They are after Orange County's resources, they're after Orange County's autonomy, and quite frankly, ability to respond to what we understand the residents here want and need.
Thank you. So I'm going to try to get 2 more questions in here, and then we might open it up for some questions. It just depends on how quick we can go through. So for our state reps, I've got one on energy policy and climate mitigation, and a question on heat and worker protection. So legislation like House Bill 1645 has emphasized energy production but limited progress toward renewable energy transitions. How do current state energy policies align or conflict with Florida's urgent climate adaptation needs, particularly regarding extreme heat and hurricane resilience? What reforms could attorneys and policymakers pursue to better safeguard public health?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just jump in real quick. We're not ready. We are not ready. And unfortunately, I mean, I remember during the era of Governor Rick Scott where climate change was banned. You couldn't use the word climate change at all in Florida government. We're back there again. You know, the federal government has erased these important scientific terms, and the state of Florida will admit that there's sea level rise. They'll admit that there are more severe storms. They will allocate dollars towards resiliency on coastal communities to heighten homes and so forth, but they will not admit the cause of it. They will not focus on mitigation. And if anything, there's been a continuation of corporate capture in the legislature. And this is a really important term for any environmentalist to understand. And basically, it speaks to the influence of large corporations in dictating the agenda for policymakers. And of course, that influence most often than not takes place in political contributions to politicians before and after, in our case, a legislative session. You know, the irony in Florida is that you're actually not allowed to fundraise at all during legislative session. And this is supposed to prevent the influence of corporations and other special interests. What ends up happening is that all the contributions come at the beginning of session. And there's actually a reason why, in my eyes, session starts on Tuesdays, because Monday is everyone's last day of fundraising. So checks are getting written outside the Capitol. And then, of course, you see the bills get filed, and then there's a thank you check made when session's over. And one of the worst examples I can give you is on net metering. And with Florida Power and Light, which is the state's largest investor-owned utility company, 11 million ratepayers. And of course, Florida has a very regulated energy market, which means it's a monopoly structure. You don't get to decide who your energy company is. They pick you just based on your geography. And so long story short, Florida Power and Light wrote a bill, public records tell us this, to eliminate net metering in Florida, which is the ROI the homeowners have who will install rooftop solar. And they gave $10,000 to the bill sponsors in the House and the Senate. And that bill actually did pass the legislature. A few of us voted no on it. But these are not partisan issues in the sense that they fall on a clean red to blue line. Very candidly, the vote count on the Florida House, 120 members. I think there were only 12 of us that voted no. And yeah, we're two of them. We're two of them. And there was at least 2 Republicans that voted no with us as well. I mean, most of the votes were for the bill because FPL is such a powerful force in the sense that they make large political contributions. And the other side of this coin is that if you're on their bad side, they will target you. And I have been on that target list. They've speared me. They've created fake websites about me. So it's very mafia style. Like it's pretty aggro. People always ask me if politics is like Veep or House of Cards. Most of the time it is like Veep, but in these instances,
For me, it's Parks and Rec. Sorry.
Parks and Rec, yeah. So true. That's probably the most accurate, to be honest. But a lot of awkward moments in politics. But either way, the governor actually vetoed this bill. We were able to mobilize the public on a veto campaign. And I think the ratio of, yes to no responses the governor's office received, it was like 13,000 people said to veto, and then like 7 said to sign the bill. And of course, the 7 were all associated with these corporations. And these companies will also do their AstroTurf campaigns, right? Like they'll have someone come to the podium and say, I'm, seniors for energy, and I think you should vote yes on this bill. And you look at their finances, and they were just, put up a year ago by FPL, right, to be this face. So it's really frustrating in that regard because we know what the crisis is. Like we see the temperatures are rising. We see the costs to the state and the cost to the public on these issues. And of course, the savings opportunities that if we transition away from coal and gas and push towards renewables, everyone wins. It's a stronger economy. It's cleaner air. And it also, from a security perspective, is stronger for us. The United States does want to become energy independent. And I think there's a lot of value in that from every direction. And yet we continue to allow corporations to set that agenda versus the people. And it's so important to elect individuals that are willing to say that despite the target it puts on our back. It absolutely becomes a very important outlier in ensuring policy is crafted in the best interest of constituents and not in the best interest of the lobbyists who just dropped off a check a week ago. And with that said, the push for Florida so far has been towards so-called renewable natural gas, or RNG, which I also have a concern with because there's nothing really renewable about it. And again, when you're emphasizing more things like gas, it's giving you an excuse to build out fossil fuel infrastructure, which we should be transitioning away from. Because anytime you build more fossil fuel infrastructure, it ties us, because those projects are bonded out. Those costs are passed down to the consumer. And right now, we're actually having a fight at the Public Service Commission. If you don't know what the PSC is, look it up. The Public Service Commission is an appointed body by the governor. The commissioners each make six-figure salaries, and they make decisions on your rates. They make decisions on how does Florida measure or not measure energy efficiency. And right now, one of the biggest fights at the PSC is an FPL rate hike. It's one of the most historic requests in the country to increase your rates. And oftentimes you get that power bill. It's very hard to understand where the numbers come from. And remember, investor-owned utilities, they have a profit margin built into your utility rate. And that's why it's so important for us to protect our municipal utilities that are more responsive to the constituencies, that are more locally accessible, and of course, can keep rates down because they don't have a profit incentive to do so. And so with that said, I think there's just a lot of work to be done, but the challenge for us is that these issues, especially energy policy, is so wonky and so complicated that it creates a gap for the public where the companies can come in and dictate the agenda. And unfortunately, most consumers don't realize what the policy agenda was until it's too late.
Can I add something? Go ahead.
Oh, yes, let's go.
Well, I was going to bring up on, because on Oversight Committee, I'm the ranking Democrat on the Energy Regulatory Committee, which is nothing I ever thought I'd be interested in a lot. But it's been really good. And this is a huge conversation in the federal government as well right now. We are going through deregulating things left and right in every sector of energy. And this is part of what Anna just brought up is really important for us to realize as we're talking and debating about this stuff in the public eye. Because when we talk about our nation becoming energy independent, this is where their argument completely breaks down. Because on one end, they want to talk about energy independence. They want to talk about competition with China, yada, yada, yada. And then on the other hand, they're eliminating clean energy projects, taking away the resources, and essentially picking a winner, which is fossil fuels, which is their winner and what they want. The energy diversity of our country is atrocious. It's horrible. And making sure that we have better energy diversity helps us with national security, keeping costs low, and of course, fighting the climate crisis. So what they're saying makes absolutely no sense. And all you have to do is look at the fact that if you want to talk about competition with China, where do most of our solar panels come from? China. What is China doing? They're not just selling it. That's where their argument stops, and they won't tell you the second part of it, which is that they are rapidly diversifying their energy mix on many different fronts, solar being one of them. And so for me, like the arguments kind of write themselves when we talk about what's going on. But the last thing I'll say is my plea to everyone in this room and environmentalists to be involved in these conversations. I know a lot of times it's weird to like want to be a part of a conversation where the basis of it is talking about deregulation or ending process or this and that. But I'm very worried about where things are going, of course, for the country, but also even in my party itself, the Democratic Party. We have this whole kind of movement that's coming out of the housing conversation that's really important about how can we work at expediting process and different things like that so we can actually get things done. And I think that's a really important conversation to have. The problem is when it seeps into eliminating protections that we've fought for a long time. And I actually do believe that there's a way to make sure that we have a better process without taking away any of the regulation that keeps our communities safe, especially the most vulnerable communities. If you're not part of that conversation, you're not part of that debate, we can kiss those things goodbye. And I tell you that as someone who sits on these committee hearings where we're passing I'm not voting for it, but the legislation is being passed through my subcommittee on deregulation, on process, with many different things from nuclear to fossil fuels to clean energy, different things like that, where we have corporations in front of us, we have think tanks in front of us, we don't have a ton of environmentalists in front of us unless we invite them. And I think this is a really important conversation we need people in this room to be a part of, because it's happening now and it's happening very rapidly.
Yeah, and the thing that I'll add just very quickly is that in your question, you asked about HB 1645. HB 1645 was known as the Don't Say Climate Change bill because in the bill, they went through, they found every single section of Florida law where climate change was named, and they deleted all the references in Florida law to climate change. While that was symbolic, I mean, it was really more than symbolic, because what they did was they were removing the clean and renewable energy goals that were attached to those words in Florida law. So to Rep. Escamani and Congressman Frost's point, in the long term, what they're doing here by deprioritizing transitioning to clean and renewable energy, they are locking us in to fossil fuel infrastructure for generations. And this is something that we have to do everything that we can to resist and fight against.
Thank you very much. We're going to have we've got a little bit more time, so that was wonderful. We're going to try to get two more questions in, one about heat and worker protections, because I know that is a priority for a lot of you. And then we're going to talk a little bit about, since I think we have a lot of them here in the audience, we're going to talk about what other people can be brought into the mix to help work on solutions. So for heat and worker protections, Florida currently lacks a statewide heat illness prevention standard, despite record-breaking temperatures that disproportionately affect outdoor workers, seniors, and low-income communities. Governor Ron DeSantis further restricted protections last year by signing HB 433, which blocks local governments from requiring heat standards for outdoor workers. Given these constraints, what legal or policy strategies could be pursued to strengthen workplace heat protections, and what obstacles do you anticipate in making them a reality?
So I'll just jump in. We need a statewide heat stress protection law. We need it. We need it in all 67 counties in the state of Florida. This is the Sunshine State. This is the Sunshine State. And don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Some of our outdoor workers, many of them in agriculture, they are dying in the heat. They are dying, whether it be through heat stroke, kidney failure, that immediate inability to acclimate to the sun when they're put out there in extreme temperatures. We need those protections. So if they're going to preempt us and say no city or county can require employers to have these types of protections in place for their workers, then we have to, that preemption has to be replaced with a statewide floor, a protection that is the bare minimum. But we can't get it twisted, because I know there's been a lot of misinformation even about that law that blocked cities and counties from being able to pass ordinances to protect their workers. It's incumbent on the employers now, in the wake of that. Employers are still able to protect their workers, ensure that they have access to cool, clean water, access to shade, making sure that they're taking breaks, making sure that the staff is trained on how to recognize the symptoms and the signs of heat illness and heat stress. All of those things can still be done even as we continue to fight for a statewide heat protection law.
And we actually, last year, different world last year, but last year we hit a really big milestone with this at the federal level. I think it was in June of last year, forget when, I actually had the Secretary of Labor down here in Orlando, at the time, Julie Su, and we did both a press conference and roundtable at our local IUPAT hall, the local painters union, and spoke with hospitality workers, painters, different people about heat and the need for heat rule. Julie Su actually made history proposing the first ever federal heat standard, and that's part of the reason she came down to help promote it and talk about it. But what we really need is it needs to be beyond just one regulator trying to pass a rule, and we need federal legislation on this as well. And the reason the Biden administration did the heat rule in the first place is because of advocates and organizers. And actually, one of my colleagues, Greg Kassar, who staged a 24-hour heat strike on the steps of the Capitol, which then days after he got a call from the Department of Labor, which said we want to move forward on this rule. So it just shows that like advocacy really works. Not to mention, and this is another reason why we really need federal standards here. Of course, we need the state standards, but we also need the federal standards because the fact of the matter is in red states, and especially in the South in certain places, the standards will look different and encompass different types of people. And the fact of the matter is some of our most vulnerable communities as it relates to the heat are our farm workers, many of whom are undocumented, who will not be looped in to a lot of the protections passed by, signed the law by people we don't like. And this is part of the reason why we really need both the state law and the federal legislation as well passed to make sure we can protect everyone. I think it's really important. So it's a glimmer of hope from last year. It's obviously not been implemented because there's a different president, in case you didn't see. But it shows us that the advocacy can work, and that there is a standard, right, for this that we can.
I'll add really quickly to the intersections of these topics. We talk about preemption. One reason why the state of Florida preempted local governments from setting their own heat standards was because Miami-Dade was in the process of doing just that. Miami-Dade was pursuing their own heat stress ordinance for their employers in the county. And it actually didn't pass because, again, it was one of those contentious battles with large corporate actors lobbying their commissioners, and it went back and forth. But it was because one county tried that then these industries came to legislature and said, now we want to pass the bill to make sure no one could ever try again. But I want to give some flowers here because this is one of those issues where some of these large associations, like the Florida Chamber, for example, this was one of their priority bills. The Florida Chamber's priority bill was to preempt local governments from having heat stress protection. But members of the Florida Chamber, especially some of their smaller businesses that are in the construction field, once they realized this was an agenda of an organization they paid dues to, they stopped paying dues. And so to the Congressman's point, too, about advocacy, it's so important that we build untraditional allies. So you ask the question of what would be the solution, right? Because we need policy, and policy at this point with the Overton window as a policy framework, is thinking about that we don't have the political will to get policy through right now. What are some of the more creative partnership opportunities and private sector solutions? And I do think you could create a heat stress commitment, right? Let's have some of our local businesses commit to this, right? Sign pledges and hold them accountable to it. It's not going to have the same team as policy would, but when you can kind of build more popular support at the local level and work with business partners that align with you on this and say, I'm a construction business. I want my workers to have bathroom breaks and water and shade. And I already do that. So signing this pledge is no big problem for me. Then helping them become a spokesperson to get others to join, and that makes the policy fight more possible because now you've built these allyships, right, with our farm workers and with the ag industry. Again, I'm an internal optimist, so I'm always thinking about where can we find those opportunities. It's harder than it sounds, but at the end of the day, I do think we're not going to move forward in a lot of these issues unless we can build some of those untraditional allies. Maybe it's the faith-based community. The faith-based community has been a wonderful partner on a lot of these issues, and I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that obviously we're focused on workers, which is very important. The other demographic that's impacted by heat stress is the homeless, those who are unsheltered. And so we're having conversations at the local government level around, just cooling off opportunities because a lot of folks don't want to open up their doors to folks. I know the commissioner has worked on this issue too, but again, getting creative. If we don't have the policy will at this time, what can we do to build the partnerships to find solutions to support our workers, to support those who are most vulnerable?
Yeah, and we had more triple-digit days this last year that, as a county with our emergency management, emergency services, we only have so many spaces that we utilize typically for sheltering in an emergency, right? Because we have a partnership with OCPS, we have, our neighborhood centers, but it doesn't have that proximity to people that are really at the most risk. And so to your point about the partnerships, the faith-based partnerships, our libraries became cooling centers. And so really we're still exploring, obviously, I think the idea of having very specific mobile cooling centers, the way that we would activate to some extent a mobile crisis team for anything, right? And these are the things that, quite frankly, if we can't get to it on that other end, we're going to have to show up and make sure we're taking care of folks on this side. And I'm extremely grateful to our faith-based partners, to some of our most of our nonprofits, but some businesses that did open up their doors and allow people to come in and cool. There were quite a few gyms that allowed showering. So these things, they make a difference, right? Because we are talking about our neighbors, this is our community, and it really should start there. And hopefully, we can be empowered at the government levels going on.
Thank you very much. So you touched, several of you touched a little bit on the next question, which is talking about, given the constraints on local government due to some state preemptions from taking bold climate and or environmental actions, what role can others play? So you've talked about some of those corporate commitments, and right. Commissioner talked about others. The question here is, since we've probably got some environmental lawyers, and we've probably got some law students, which we know they stood up, and policymakers here, how can they get into these conversations and get into these solutions?
Yeah, I'll start too. And I want to emphasize the essential role that attorneys play in these battles. I mean, candidly, Commissioner Wilson is brilliant and understands environmental issues so well. And I have no doubt so much that goes not just to your own incredible intellect, but being a Berry Law graduate, right? Studying law. I just think that that pathway, some of the best advocates also have a legal background because they don't have to rely on others to interpret statute. They can look at statute and say, I know what this means, and here's my questions and concerns and so forth. So that's my first piece of advice is if you haven't volunteered or interned with the legislative office or a local government office, do that, because I do think getting that exposure to the other side of the coin, if you will, beyond the litigant, but the policy space is really essential. But then I also add that there's this beautiful intersection between policy and litigation. I'm not a lawyer, but I feel like I am one because I've been involved in so many lawsuits, and not just as a plaintiff, but also as a witness. I've been deposed. I'll put my body on the line between these issues because I think it's so important as a legislator to use my bully pulpit, but also to use my knowledge to the best of my ability to support the causes and issues I care about and to uphold the U.S. and state constitution. And one of the most recent examples I'll share briefly is the Everglades Immigrant Detention Camp. And so I know we spoke immigration a little bit, but this camp is built in an environmentally sensitive area. And the state of Florida never did a study under NEPA, which is the National Environmental Policy Act. And so there's about 6 lawsuits right now that have been filed challenging this facility. Myself and Senator Smith are plaintiffs, and one of them as it pertains to detention access. But I'm also a witness on the Friends of the Everglades lawsuit in the Miccosukee tribe, which is focused on this issue of environmental protection. Did you conduct a study before you opened up this multifaceted tent camp in the middle of the Everglades? And of course, the answer is no. But it was environmental lawyers that filed this lawsuit that are now fighting in the DCA about it. But it just speaks to that intersection, right, between when we have a government that operates in an unfettered manner that doesn't seem to give any type of consideration to the constitutionality of these issues, let alone federal law or state law, then you need the litigants, you need the strong attorneys to fight these battles in court. And of course, we need good judges. And oftentimes the path to be a judge is to be engaged in these issues, right? And so think about it 10, 20, 30, 40 years from now, which I know is hard because oftentimes, especially with social media, we're thinking of the immediate. But remember, a lot of these battles, they took a long time to win. The EPA didn't happen overnight. And they're not going to take it away overnight either. But rebuilding is going to take time. And so to really think for my future lawyers in the space, right, to think long-term about these battles, there's short-term fights, but there's long-term gain. And sometimes you got to lose a couple of battles to win the war. And I think it's so important to be fighting for a sunrise that you might not even see. But each one of us have to make that commitment for the next generation, especially for something as sacred as Mama Earth, like we all have to be committed to protecting her in every single way.
Yeah, and I'll just jump in and give an easy answer to the question of how you can make an impact. Stay in touch with us. So here's what I mean. So I serve on the Senate Environmental and Natural Resources Committee. Actually, in the 6 years that I spent in the Florida House, I never served on any environmental committee. So now that I'm serving on the Senate Environmental Committee, there is a bit of a learning curve. But I'm gonna spill the tea and give you like the inside scoop on how I often sometimes prepare for environmental committee. I'll give you an example last week. Last week, the Senate actually had a confirmation hearing on for a member of the Fish and Wildlife Commission. So he's someone that was already appointed by the governor, a developer, by the way. He is one of five developers on the Fish and Wildlife Commission. There are 7 seats on the commission. 5 are developers. So I have a small informal group of environmentalists, scientists, and environmental attorneys whose opinions and perspectives that I really respect. And before the committee hearing, I just reached out to them and I said, hey guys, so this appointee is going to be in front of our environmental committee for a confirmation hearing. Can you help me draft questions? Because I'm not an attorney. I just play one on the Florida Channel. I'm also not an environmentalist, but I play one in the Environmental and Natural Resources Committee. And I try to rely on the experts that are part of my own network to inform me and help me prepare for committee. So I guess my ask of you is this: if you want to stay engaged, I've got like a whole stack of business cards here. Cecilia Figueroa from our Senate office is in the back. Say hi, Cecilia. She's got a bunch of contact information. Like, watch what's happening in the legislature as it relates to environmental policy, because the odds are, if you want to make a quiet assumption, well, I'm sure Senator Smith already knows this. Or I'm not going to reach out because, this is obvious to me, so I'm sure it's obvious to the senator. It's not. Like, please tell us. Please let us know, because, we welcome that type of insight and expertise from our constituents.
And I know we're running out of time. I wanted to say same thing for me. And I know I'm looking in the room at all the people that when we're working through potential ordinance language that I literally go to and say, what do you think? Tell me where you see the pitfalls. What do you think is going to happen? And by the way, show up next Tuesday morning at 9:00 because we're going to need support. And it really does. It moves the needle. We are able to collaboratively work, and I get to hear things that I would never have been able to understand, even doing my own research and having my background.
The last thing I'll say, not to repeat anything anyone said, is the other thing I think we really need to all work on, especially as organizers, elected officials, is making sure people know what the impact of the climate crisis is. I talk a lot about this with a lot of my brothers, sisters, and siblings in the climate movement, that 2 decades ago, this movement was about fighting for the future. And it was about polar bears and ice caps. Okay. We are in a crisis in this country of wealth inequality, where people don't have the money to feed their children, to do anything in life. In order for us to pass the legislation and get the people in office that are going to be able to do what we need to fight the climate crisis and protect our environment, we need to build a multiracial, multi-generational coalition around this issue. And so I always encourage people, as you go out into the community, it's hard for people sometimes to focus on something abstract thing in the future when they're thinking about the things they're going through now. But here's the double-edged sword for us. It's a blessing and a curse. The curse is that it's here. The blessing is that we can use that to bring people into this movement, people who've never been a part of it before. The largest group of climate refugees in the United States of America live in Central Florida. Who's that? Puerto Ricans who came here after Hurricane Maria. Not came here. Puerto Ricans who were forced out of their home because the ocean is the hottest it's ever been, because the climate crisis is the worst it's ever been, and we get more hurricanes more often that cause more destruction. It's people in Bonnie Brook right now who literally are just moving into their homes from Hurricane Ian. Right? And so the climate crisis isn't coming. It's not just about some abstract future. It's about our present. It's about our homes. It's about our livelihood. It's about our people. It's about our families. It's about now. And I encourage people to adopt that framing as we speak with our community, who oftentimes might not be thinking about what might happen in 20 years, but want to know what's going to happen tomorrow. And unfortunately, the climate crisis is here. It's not coming. So.
All right, so please give a rousing round of applause. All right, thank you.
Give us a moment to transition.
Yep.
I love that. LOL. Oh, with your good luck with that.
Yeah.
I brought you.
Do you feel weird when you're driving?
Thank you very much, everyone, for this great panel discussion. Thank you to Alan Marshall and to our elected officials. Let's give them another big round of applause. Now we will be transitioning to our next segment of this afternoon. Our next segment is going to focus on building bridges, how local environmental challenges connect to global human rights framework. Now, it is my pleasure to introduce Nadia Hamad. Hamad, an associate professor at Barry University School of Law and one of the leading voices in environmental and climate justice. Professor Hamad research explores how law can drive equity and sustainability in a changing world. She recently co-led a national multi-university study funded by Alfred P. Sloan Foundation called Just Energy, Transitions and Place, which examines how communities across the country can build fair, inclusive energy futures. Please help me welcome with a big round of applause, Professor Hamad.
All right, good afternoon. It's just a few minutes past 12. The title of my talk looks at building bridges, and this isn't just a metaphorical sense of building bridges. It's also about, through law, science, and that these bridges can actually be built out. And so it's also about thinking about the knowledge domains between scales of governance, as well as between those who are living and those who are yet to be alive. And so this also builds up on this issue of the architecture of construction. This one? This one is turning it.
Let's try this one.
Okay, that works. Okay, thank you. And so in 2021 and 2022, I got an email about a coalition that wanted to put forward the UN right to a healthy environment. And so, and it was in like the middle of finals period, and so it's an email that I could have easily ignored. But I decided that I wanted to respond to it. And so I had reached out to my students as well, who were in my class at the time. And I asked them about how they wanted to get involved in that. And so they were interested in helping out. And so what we had done is build out this about looking at how these risks relating to procurement weren't happening in the abstract. Okay. And so the research that I was doing in Central Florida, it also builds upon how to understand, universal declarations that are also operationalized through local practice. And so in terms of looking at the intersections of law and ecology, we can also find environmental regulation. And we also see law is able to meet human dignity and rights-based legislation, as well as seeing that ecology and human dignity create ecological well-being. And so at the center of this is where all three of these issues converge. And we're able to see as well that this is a transformative space that you heard about from the last panel about the development of environmental human rights. And so being here at this time also it feels like my double, triple lives are converging in terms of being a law professor, a mother, and also a political activist, because Orlando is my home and I grew up here, and it also serves as a microcosm for how we think about or how I think about these issues. And so Orlando also presents a paradox in terms of modern development. And so the area around Paramore is also an area where you can see urban renewal, but you also see a highway that's dividing communities, and you also see industries that bring about pollution. Eatonville as well is the oldest incorporated African-American municipality in the United States, and it's faced land pressures threatening its environmental and cultural continuity. And then you also have Apopka, which exposes climate vulnerability intersection under stress is the Pine Hills region that also demonstrates where energy costs also can serve as a proxy for environmental inequity. And so this is where the issue of environmental justice becomes really important, because environmental justice is a way for framing and looking at these issues more broadly. And so in 2020, I was a part of a group that had published a casebook on environmental justice. And so at that time, it was the 3rd edition. And at the beginning of next year, we'll have the 4th edition coming out. And it was interesting is that when that last one came out, it was right starting up into the Biden administration that was started in 2021, and so essentially laid out a blueprint for what was happening. And so the current edition that we have coming out, I had told my other co-authors that maybe we need to put the brakes on when we publish this, because we need to see what happens with this election, because that's going to be a vastly different book. And so the next edition that comes out will be looking at how to actually deal with these issues, and especially when you have systems under stress. And so the issues of environmental justice are also expressions of structural injustice, where you see environmental degradation following the contours of power, race, and capital. And we also see that there's a recognition of these conditions as violations of dignity, rights, instead of just technical failures, as well as having to align with environmental justice and human rights law. And so for me, this is the area that I grew up in, but it also was a way for me, as a lawyer and law professor, to also think about the larger international frameworks that are also built around this. And so the Inter-American Court, in 2017 declared states must prevent environmental harm to life, health, and culture. And then the African Charter in 1981 also linked ecology and collective well-being. And the European Court also framed climate inaction as violating the right to life. And so this represented a jurisprudential migration from how we're going to be treating environmental harm as a collateral to recognizing as constitutive of human rights. And it's also important is just last summer, there was a case that came out in the International Court of Justice that was brought forward by law students from Vanuatu who were under stress because of the stress that small island developing states face. And so they took it upon themselves, students who are out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean in a small country, to take on this issue to to the International Court of Justice. And I think it's also important because right around the time that I was working on this issue, I was a visiting professor at Yale Law School at the time, and I was also teaching contemporaneously at Berry Law School. And so what I saw was that when I asked my Berry students about some of the issues, they were really easily able to identify the issues. I said, what are some of the environmental justice issues that we face? And so within 2 or 3 students, they could list 15 issues. And then when I asked the Yale students, it was really like they would struggle to come up with even like 4 or 5 issues. And then at the same time, the other thing that I had wanted to do was to, like my pie in the sky thing was to have a federal Environmental Justice Act. So during the Biden administration, there was during the Trump administration in 2016, when we first started working on it, there was a 4% chance, like the betting odds, of the Environmental Justice Act passing. But then when Biden came into office in 2021, those odds actually decreased to 2% because there was a likelihood that it would happen, and so the odds actually fell. And so I think that that's interesting as well, because the Yale students had said that there's no possibility of an Environmental Justice Act, whereas the Berry students had said that, we'll work on it. And so I think it's really about building the groundwork and laying out what are the issues in terms of taking it upon ourselves. And that was also the semester that now Representative Maxwell Frost wanted to run for office. And so there was students there in the same age as him, and he was going to take it upon himself to run for Congress. And so I really saw that, like in Orlando, it's like we're really making the transformative change that needs to happen. And so in terms of looking about how this impacts specific communities, we can also see the environmental inequality across these 4 communities. And this really shows how this environmental burden spreads across Orlando's communities. It each represents a distinct manifestation of structural injustice rooted in historical inequality. And why this is important, this is why the work of our elected officials is so crucial, is that there is a deep implementation challenge where you have a critical question of implementation. And so how are we actually going to translate consensus into enforceable mechanisms? How can rights that are articulated in Geneva, for example, manifest in Geneva, Switzerland? There's also a Geneva in Florida as well. But the Geneva in Switzerland is the one I'm referring to right now. Also, is how is that those issues that are being developed in Geneva also going to manifest in Orlando's zoning codes and energy policies? And how are we actually going to be able to bridge between international norms and local governance as we do this? And so this is also at a point where environmental justice meets human rights. And so at the intersection of both of these issues is where you see environmental human rights combining with grassroots and environmental justice with legal enforceability of human rights law. And it also offers a path for making global commitments locally meaningful. And this is where I think it's really important, where you can take it upon yourselves right now. You don't have to even wait till you finish law school, even finish college. These are things that you can go be involved in right now. So whether it's actually going and testifying at city, county, or even state level hearings is really important. For example, like Matthew Grocholski, he's really good at being able to articulate these issues when he goes to court, as well as when he goes to testify at hearings. And so that's something that's important. And also, for example, is the issue of even going to a more simple level is being able to door knock and to phone bank to get people into office who are going to be able to make the laws that are really important to do this work. And in terms of how we're actually going to be bridging these international norms in terms of local governance, we also see that there can be consensus, as we have here even in this room, that there's consensus on how to do this, but there's also these unenforceable agreements that also exist. And so we need to really build out the mechanisms that convert consensus and implement norms in local governments. And so this is really a 2-step process that has to happen. For this is about creating the mechanisms as well as localizing the implementation for that. And so one of the first cases that I had looked at this was actually a period it was right after my son was born. So he had been through, he was in the NICU. I didn't even know what a NICU was until I ended up with it. So the NICU, for those of you who don't know, hopefully you don't have to end up in one, is the neonatal intensive care unit. And so I had preeclampsia. And so when he was born weighing 3 pounds, 7 ounces. And so he needed to be in like what I call the tray. There's like a technical term like incubator or something. And so it's really dependent on power to be able to have that tray operating. And so afterwards, I left the position that I was working at the law firm, and then I decided I was going to go back to school. And so during that somewhat like of a flux period, I read an article that came out in the news saying that there was a group of students that were young people that were suing as youth plaintiffs in a lawsuit by our Children's Trust. And so this was a really interesting case. So I just basically had read a news article, and then I emailed the NASA scientist who was mentioned there, Jim Hansen, and he put me in touch with Julia Olson, who runs our Children's Trust. And so since that time in 2011, and so my son is going to turn 15 at the end of this year, it was only last summer that, summer before that, a case in Montana actually ruled on this issue. And so it really shows you like there's a long horizon for environmental justice and on these issues, but we have to also recognize is that we're not just fighting for ourselves, we're fighting for future generations, so that anything that's worth fighting for, which is air, water, and land, really may require more than one lifetime to be able to do that. And so I think that's a really important lesson from Juliana as well, is how the rulemaking as well as the legal tactics that were used. And so the federal court had dismissed this case originally for lack of standing and looked at the political question doctrine. It also shows that there is an epistemic gap in terms of how courts remedy discrete harms and climate unfolds through diffuse intergenerational processes. And we also see that there's ethics involved as well. And so this is why when institutions refuse the bridges, this is where the dignity then migrates into communities, into classrooms and movements. And so it's not as if the dignity disappears, it just goes out into other places where it will be recognized. And also seeing as well is that when I was looking at the Juliana lawsuit, it was also a time when there was a sense that what legal argument are you going to bring forward? And so the argument that was brought forward was about the public trust doctrine, which Julia Olson had learned about in her constitutional law class. And she thought, hey, why can't I apply this in this context? And so the argument also rested on substantive due process, as well as the Ninth Amendment's enumerated rights and the public trust obligation. And so the argument is that it was really important for climate stability as a precondition for other rights, and also seeing without this meta right, it would also lead to constitutional collapses as well. And so we're starting to see that as well. There's another project that I'm working on with the American Bar Association. There is a professor at Harvard that put out a book called Environmental Law Stories. And so I decided with my group of lawyers that we work with, including former Barry students, Nakiba Brown, on that we're going to put together a book based off of like those little storybooks you get on like grim tales, like spooky stories. And so we're going to put together a book called Environmental Law Nightmares, because there isn't really a sense where you're going to see good stories coming out of environmental law. And so our conclusion is that we really need to have an environmental justice movement as well as federal legislation. And what are the steps that we need to go about to do that? And so this is where the Juliana case was also instructive. And so even though it wasn't won at the first point, what did happen in the Juliana case, it built momentum. There was an entire media campaign that was around this case, and there was also a motion picture that had come out as well. And so many people have also argued that this case was also a precursor to the Inflation Reduction Act that dedicated over $300 billion to climate financing and support. And so this is really where you can kind of see and weave how these issues are going to come into play. And I also think that we have to think about how we're going to actually go and try to bridge these temporal gaps that exist, and when you see dignity is migrating into communities, and how to go about trying to practice dignity daily. And so this includes the classroom teaching, as well as what happens within hearing rooms and in county commission meetings. And so this migration also is helpful for seeing that there are intergenerational ethics that occur across time. And this leads me to the next part of my talk, which I wanted to focus on the Just Energy Transitions in Place framework, which the conference that some of you had already attended a few weeks ago at Orlando City Hall. And so when we arrive at Reconstruction and thinking about, what is this world that we want to live in, we can also think about how we need to design the systems and embody the right to a healthy environment. And so while the city of Orlando has really been working to develop and build out the strong infrastructure, as well as Orange County, there's always rooms for improvement, also more that can be done. And so this is where also the systems thinking that was part of the right to a healthy environment was really crucial. And so the right to a healthy environment, it was basically creating a new human right. And so the U.S. At the time had actually withdrawn from the UN Human Rights Council at the time. So they didn't have a vote on the council, but what they did do is they have the right to intervene and provide comments on it. And so in 2021, when I had first got involved, the U.S. had actually voted no. They did not support the UN right to human environment because they didn't want to have the liability. They didn't want to have a potential liability, even though the right didn't actually create that. And so over time, in terms of meetings that I had with the students that were working on this issue at the time, as well as with outreach to U.S. Senate offices, this was like a slow behind-the-scenes process. And even when we were able to get the whole thing passed, there was a sense that we don't want anybody to know how we did it. And I was like, that's not helpful, because people need to know what the secret sauce was to get it done. And it was that we basically just would have meetings with staffers that were favorable to us, and also recognizing that the American Bar Association in 2017 had actually said it would support an Environmental Justice Act. So we went bact to the ABA and said, if you would support the act, well, you need to also support the UN right to a healthy environment. And so they said, okay. And so from there, then we were able to go to the Senate. And so, we just have a letter now that says the ABA supports the UN right to a healthy environment. And so we were able to get meetings and just basically explain to them this process. And I also worked with two other professors, John Knox and Dan McGraw, who really they've spent like 30, 40 years working on these issues. They know it like the back of their hand. And so they would really I would be the scheduler in terms of making sure people got together. But then I just let them take over and really just explain the process through it. And so then what they did afterwards is then they went to the Ocean Bureau at the U.S. Department of State, who also had sympathetic people that they knew to be able to explain this issue. And so it wasn't at the end of the day that U.S. senators write a letter to the White House saying to do that. It was really a letter that was written in private that was just signed by 4 senators saying that the U.S. needs to support it. And so even leading up until that moment, we didn't know if the U.S. was going to support the UN right. And so it's just kind of like a nervousness that were they going to support it? Is all this going to go into waste? But then when we had an indication that the U.S. was going to support it, then we went to other countries because we want to get a good score at the UN. So our goal was to get we ended up actually getting 94% approval for it. And then even from one of my students who was from Jamaica at the time, she reached out to the Jamaican government to get them on board because they were also not keen on it for different reasons. And then I also did outreach to the governments of Turkey and India and Pakistan as well to build more international consensus on this issue. And so it was able to pass, but then it was now the hard work of seeing parts of it undone, but also seeing it was codified, the U.S. did actually support a new human rights framework. And so that just energy transition frameworks also insists that you really need to have decarbonization, and this decarbonization that happens also has to have democratization also as a part of that. Otherwise, you're just going to have decarbonization that would reproduce the inequity. And so a just transition also seeks to couple emissions reduction with redistribution, participation, and repair. And so in terms of how we think about how to go about looking at these issues, we can also see that a just transition reskills displaced workers, redirects investment to pollution-burdened communities, as well as embeds procedural justice in decision-making and treats equity as a design principle. And so the research that we did as a part of that was funded by the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation really allowed for 4 Florida organizations to demonstrate these principles into practice and how we were going to go about developing that work. And so we felt that being able to achieve a just energy transition was important, but we also had to see that without making this intervention, that being forward about it, but saying that we need to really prioritize equity, is that you're going to have inequitable decarbonization. So without having the just transition principles, we could also see procedural justice, investment redirection, worker reskilling, and equity as the design principles. And we can always use all of this to achieve equitable transitions. And so in terms of looking at the partners that we had, one of the first partners was through Ideas for Us, and they had been founded by Chris Castro and others as students at the University of Central Florida, and they're now headquartered in Orlando as well. And so they really work to organize projects around energy, water, food, waste, and ecology. They also developed fleet farming initiatives to convert lawns into micro farms, as well as reduce food deserts and carbon footprints. And so they have also worked to really operationalize what Amartya Sen had looked about these capabilities and how to expand substantive freedoms to act on environmental rights. One of the next organizations that we had looked at through Civic Coalition as well was how to also build up these specific issues. And so we also saw as well is that how this investment happens in terms of the worker reskilling and also looking at these equity design principles. We also worked with Seed Time Harvest Farms, which is based out of Monticello, up in the northern part of the state. And so Seed Time Harvest Farms, which is led by Seta Barnhart, also looks to integrate regenerative agriculture with renewable energy. It also works with partnering with the Black Farmers Collective and the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, which is based out of Golden, Colorado. And so the experiment that they're doing essentially is expanding agrivoltaics and doing work to co-locate solar panels and crops, as well as being able to exemplify synergistic adaptation while redressing historical exclusion of Black farmers. And then we also have the Florida Farm Workers Association. We also have Jeannie Economos that's here to represent them. And so also recognizing and she's seated here right in the front row. So thank you. And so I feel like Jeannie has really done remarkable work. I think in terms of really being able to see how these issues are really being able to be brought to the forefront. And so what the Farm Workers Association does is it connects occupational safety with climate adaptation. And it also works on how to think about how farm equipment could also reduce harm that happens to workers as well. And they also have been responsive in terms of disasters, but also when there's issues relating to just general heat issues in terms of heat mitigation, and also seeing worker dignity issues that also occur as a result of police enforcement on immigration issues. And so this is important because with this you can also see how this right to a healthy environment is really inseparable from the right to safe labor, and also seeing what those issues involve. And then the fourth organization that we have also looked at looks primarily at the Association to Preserve Eatonville. And so Eatonville was the PEC was actually founded in 1987, and it safeguards Eatonville. And Eatonville itself was the first self-governed Black town in the United States. It is also the home of Zora Neale Hurston, and this is also about thinking about how to resist displacement. I've taken a number of my property classes to Eatonville to really see the changes that are occurring within it, but also seeing how the Association to Preserve Eatonville was also part of an effort about preserving place itself, to preserve place from development, but also to preserve the resilience aspects of it, and seeing that the social capital could be also used for the collective environmental response. And I look forward to seeing how in the next phase of the development that occurs, how to really engage the community, and how Eatonville can also serve as a model for around not just the country, but around the world, and how to have this sustainability and also cultural heritage preservation. And so also thinking about the issues of preserving Eatonville, it's also about thinking about how to really develop Eatonville and to see how these changes are going to happening. And so for many of you who are law students, and even for those of you who are members of the community, you can actually go volunteer in Eatonville. You can reach out and volunteer, even if it's for community cleanups, because it's really important to also volunteer within the school programs as well, to tell them about your careers and occupations, just as a matter of a blueprint that can be developed. And so thinking about how this really works together in terms of the specific impacts of this, organizations can constitute a distributive infrastructure of justice, and the implementation of the UN right to a healthy environment begins in neighborhoods where communities can design solutions that are rooted in their own histories and ecologies. And Orlando, I think, really serves as a blueprint. And so a lot of people kind of treat me somewhat as backwards sometimes when I tell them I'm from Florida, but I tell them, well, sometimes I just let them say whatever they want. And then, but I think that, because what my experience with Orlando is very different, because I feel like Orlando's kind of like the center of gravity within the state of changes that are happening, and seeing how that shift has happened. And so I think you can also see as well that municipal charters can really be helpful for articulating environmental rights, and you have community energy cooperatives that are going to be able to enhance resilience, as well as work to democratize ownership. And so it's also important, for example, for the boards that we have also thinking about developing environmental justice advisory councils as well. And so I think this can also be built out through university and community partnerships that we did with the Just Energy Transitions project, and showing that there is also research capacity for grassroots initiatives as well. And so when we think about this, I really kind of want to go back to what I started off with about this idea of thinking about dignity as a bridge, and that the right to a healthy environment can also be realized through communities translating global norms into local governance, and also seeing that this issue can also be extended across space and time. And then also just to kind of like tie all of this together, you can also see that how these local issues also relate to environmental justice issues and universal justice more broadly, not just in the environmental sense. And so justice also scales from community-specific initiatives through community design and neighborhood implementation to really a collective impact across regions, which can really be part of the universal principles that are already there. And so it's also about recognizing that we are localizing global norms. Is that what's happening? Is that we're seeing rights that are being developed, but on a parallel track, those rights are also being developed locally. And so some of the four mechanisms that are useful for localizing these global norms includes local charters for establishing environmental rights, community energy cooperatives promising resilience, as well as environmental justice advisory councils, and advocating for communities themselves. And so this is where you have research capacities between university and community partnerships. And even for me, when I'm doing my research, I think about that, sometimes I may think I know what I'm doing, but then actually when I go start talking to people, I actually don't know. And so I have to go back and kind of redesign how I'm doing those research questions. And I think that that's important, because not everybody will take those steps, because it's really easy to get kind of confined into like the four walls of your office and forget about how you have to actually make sure what you're doing is actually helpful. And so, in thinking about how the manifestations of this dignity also occurs, is we can see from the Juliana cases how dignity manifested as inheritance, and how the youth were really working to create a right for a livable planet. And in Florida, we can also see communities that are working to have dignity developed through co-creation, and seeing as well citizens who are designing conditions for collective survival. And so every act of restoration, whether it's a lawsuit, a solar cooperative, or a community garden, is both able to serve as a local remedy and a global covenant. And so thank you so much. I have given you some extra time left, but so thank you. Okay, I'll take one question from the audience.
We have a couple mics out. If somebody has a question, put your hand up and the mic will come to you. Got a question back here?
Well, thank you very much. That was really excellent, and we really appreciate it. We really appreciate all the work that you did on this, and we appreciate partnering with you as well. But I just wanted to say one thing, and I really understand, the importance of dignity, but I'm a little concerned that dignity doesn't quite go far enough. People need equity, and like for farm workers, too often people, not just farm workers, but other people as well, too often people think that maybe because they don't have formal education, because they have so-called unskilled jobs, that drives me crazy because farm work is very skilled. And because people might not have assets and resources, they tend to think that they don't have capacity. And people have tremendous capacity, whether they have formal education or not. And they really need to not just have a seat at the table, they need to be empowered. They need agency. I think the key word is agency. I think we really need to understand beyond just dignity and even beyond equity, understand people's what they have. I mean, we can learn so much from them. Instead of thinking that we need to go to these communities and help them and teach them, that's the hierarchical or patriarchal way of looking at things. I work with farm workers, and you would be blown away by how much they have and what the strength of their communities. Just real quick, I was with some people last week, and the community in Apopka, they've been there for generations. The black community in Apopka, they all know each other's aunts and uncles and family members, and it's really a really rich community, and we really need to understand them instead of asking them to understand principles of sustainability, whatever. We need to understand them and what their history is and what they bring to the table. So I just wanted to say that I really think that we, in addition to dignity, we really need to talk about equity and agency.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's a really important point, and thank you for those comments. And I think this is similar to like the idea of the flipped classroom. And so in the flipped classroom, it's the students are really educating the professor as well. And so I think with this sense as well, it's like the community is really informing the research as well. And so that's why I felt we haven't really gotten to this to the point of the university community partnership. It's really like a collaborative right now, and I think to really build like a strong partnership, it really requires like dedicated time and resources as well. And I think it's also about translating the process also. So it's about it's about not having a seat at the table. It's about having a seat at the table, but also having decision-making power at the table. But then also recognizing that sometimes you actually have to flip the table. And so I think that all of that has to happen, and that this is really just kind of like a conversation to start that process. So thank you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. I had questions, go over all these different definitions, legal background. I found fruit in the history of philosophy. What kind of theoretical doors have you opened pursuing or different ever thought?
So for me, I think I'm looking at it from my background is in comparative literature. So I think you could look at Foucault in terms of some of these interventions. But actually, just yesterday, I was at the Science and Technology Studies conference at Harvard, where I was presenting on my PhD research on evacuation science. And so I guess my theoretical or abstract intervention is about how we're grounding citizen science. And this is where we can't just look at the top down in terms of where we get information from, because what we see, especially in cases of disasters, is that we're left without information sources. And so I think we have to develop those resources and capacity ourselves, and do those in tandem with the government, and seeing that is that like the field of science and technology studies also recognize that there's this really technocratic process that happens in technology development, and how even with environmental rulemaking, you have to go through, you have to go to college, then you have to go to law school, and you have to pass the bar exam to even be able to make the intervention. And so I think that's really about breaking down those disciplinary silos, and so that you can just start where you are, and also kind of have that inform the work as well. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Ahmad. Let's give her another big round of applause for that presentation. On behalf of Commissioner Wilson and the entire team, we do want to apologize for the noise levels when the panel was transitioning. As a friendly reminder, while we continue the program in the afternoon after lunch, if you're exiting the courtroom, please make sure that you remain a little quiet out in the lobby area and that the door doesn't slam, okay? So with that, it's time for lunch. I do have some quick updates for everyone. We are inviting everyone to join us for lunch and our exhibits over in LAC 311, where complimentary lunch will be provided to every single one of you. While you enjoy your meal, we encourage you to visit our exhibit tables, speak to people, network, and connect with incredible organizations and partners joining us today. A very special thank you to Berry Law Center for Earth Jurisprudence. For their generous sponsorship and continued partnership in making this symposium possible. And don't go too far. You won't want to miss our next session featuring powerful testimonies from nonprofit leaders and experts who are making real change on the ground. We'll reconvene here in the moot court room around 1:30 p.m. so we can start sharply at 1:45. For those of you joining us via our live feed, hola, hello. We will be back as well around that same time frame, and buen provecho. Enjoy lunch. Gracias. Welcome back, everyone. We're so happy to have you join us for our afternoon session of our Environmental Justice Symposium. We hope that you enjoyed the delicious salads and wraps that was provided by our sponsors here at Berry Law. And so welcome back. And thank you for joining us for our next session, Advocating for Change, Navigating Environmental Policy. This panel will explore how advocacy, law, and community engagement comes together to shape stronger environmental policy in the state of Florida. Our moderator for this session is Mr. Tim Hall, the Environmental Programs Administrator for Orange County's Environmental Protection Division. With over 2 decades of experience in environmental experience, permitting, and development review, he also oversees lake management and water sciences and has played a key role in advancing Orange County's updated wetlands ordinance, which recently earned the Excellence in Conservation and Countryside Diamond Award. Felicidades on that award. This award was granted on behalf of the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council. Please help me welcome with a round of applause our moderator and all of his panelist guests for this afternoon Advocating for Change panel.
Thank you very much for that wonderful introduction. I'm going to introduce our session here while the panelists are taking their seats. So as we move into our next discussion this afternoon, we'll explore how environmental justice connects with public health, land use, and community resilience here in Florida. Our panelists will share how their work in land conservation, climate resiliency, smart growth, and maternal health equity intersects to address the growing challenges of heat, hurricanes, and health disparities. Together, they'll examine how legal action, advocacy, and collaboration can help build stronger, more equitable communities and a more resilient Florida for all. So now I'd like to introduce the panelists. First up, we have Meredith Budd, the Deputy Director of Live Wildly, with more than 12 years of experience leading conservation efforts across Florida. Meredith has helped restore critical lands and design wildlife crossings that protect both people and animals. Recognized by Gulf Shore Life magazine as the future of conservation, she's a trusted voice on environmental issues and a passionate advocate for connecting people to nature and keeping nature connected for wildlife. Next up, I'd like to introduce Kim Dinkins with 1,000 Friends. Kim serves as the Policy and Planning Director for 1,000 Friends of Florida. Kim works with communities across the state to address critical growth and development issues while advocating before the Florida legislature for sound planning that protects Florida's lands, waters, and quality of life. With more than 15 years of experience in natural resource policy and management, she has served in leadership roles with Save the Manatee Club, the Marion County Commission, and the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. Next, we have Lee Perry in yellow. Lee is with Save Split Oak. She's a passionate advocate who wears many hats, a leading voice for the Save Split Oak Forest campaign, and founder of her own campaign strategy business, Organizing to Victory. Through her work, Lee advances community-driven solutions on climate resilience, affordable housing, and democracy expansion. She continues to build bridges between advocacy, policy, and grassroots organizing to strengthen environmental and social justice efforts across Central Florida. Next up is Laura Betts with the Clio Institute in pink. Laura is the Climate Resilience Manager at the Clio Institute. Laura leads initiatives focused on climate justice, policy advocacy, and community adaptation. She has served as a technical advisor to Orange County through the EPA Building Blocks for Sustainable Communities grant, advancing local work on climate and environmental justice. In recognition of her leadership, Laura has received awards from the Sierra Club and Alianza, and in 2019 was honored with the Green Ring Award by former Vice President Al Gore for her dedication to climate solutions. And last but certainly not least, we have Jenny Joseph in blue on the end there. Jenny is the founder and executive director of the Common Sense Childbirth School of Midwifery. A British-trained midwife and global advocate for maternal health, Jenny created the JJ Way, a groundbreaking care model that has improved birth outcomes for thousands of women and babies. Recognized by Time magazine for her leadership, she continues to drive national conversations on equitable, community-based healthcare. So please join me in welcoming all of our distinguished panelists. So now we're going to step into some of the questions for our panel today. And I'm going to start with opening question that each of you could take in turn, if you would, please. Tell us how each of your organizations approaches environmental justice from a different angle, from land conservation and community health to litigation and policy advocacy. Could you share what first inspired your work and how your mission connects to the challenges of heat, hurricanes, and health? So with that, any volunteers to go first?
I'll take a stab. Thank you. Really, it's a pleasure to be here. It's an honor to be here. So the Live Wildly Foundation, have any of you heard of the Live Wildly Foundation? A few of you. So we are a private family foundation. Our mission is balancing economy and ecology in the state of Florida. And so for me and for our work at Live Wildly, we're really rooted in people. I think that we've all seen firsthand that the health of our environment is tied to the health of our communities. And so when we lose natural lands and we lose those natural systems that inherently protect us, floodplains that absorb water, canopies that cool our neighborhoods, and wetlands, of course, that are filtering our drinking water, those are all things that affect us as communities. And so we also, in addition to advocating to protect land or to make sure that those natural systems are protecting people, we also want to inspire and empower people to protect land, especially the Florida Wildlife Corridor, that connected network of land that is 18 million acres from the Panhandle down to the Keys. And that is really land that not only sustains wildlife, but it sustains our way of life of Florida. So when I say that we're passionate about the environment, that also means we're equally as passionate about people and making sure that we are protecting the resources that we all rely on and that we all love, what makes Florida, Florida. Pass it off.
I'll go next. So I'm a midwife. I've been in the United States since 1989. I'm going to just start with environmental determinants of health are literally reproductive justice, reproductive health, maternal health, birth justice. This is a situation where when we really put the two things together, we realize first environment is the womb, the uterus. And so if we start there, then, you could see the intersections of why community health, public health, health that is centered in dignity, just as Dr. Ahmad described this morning. I mean, it all comes full circle. And so we are here in Common Sense Childbirth is the name of my organization. We're here in Winter Garden. We've been in Central Florida since 1997, and we've delivered a whole bunch of babies. Okay. And what we found over the years of doing that work is the simple missing piece is treating people with dignity and respect, listening to women, centering people and their experiences. The safety that comes from that is environmental health. Because in the absence of that, toxicity, whether it is literally from pollution or such things, or whether it's from just people's response to who you are, those environments are toxic to both mother, baby, and therefore to life.
Great, thanks.
Yes, I'll go next. So I'm Lee Perry. I work with commissioners. I recruit candidates. I help them run campaigns so they can win, grassroots environmental candidates. And, something that inspired me in this work as a climate activist as well and a campaign consultant, I had the job of my dreams fresh out of college. I was working with Ideas for Us and fleet farming, doing sustainable agriculture, tree planting, solar advocacy, and I was making a decent wage and I was happy. But every time I planted a tree, I would drive around the corner and see a mass grading of over 500 acres, and I felt helpless. And it was actually Commissioner Nicole Wilson, who was working with me on the Save Split Oak campaign in 2020, who called me and said, I really want an activist to come in my office. And at first I was like, no way, I have no idea how politics works. But it was the perfect time where I felt like the power was out of my hands, no matter how much I was giving my life to education, educating the community about climate change, and doing my best to do hands-on projects to give people an opportunity to have their future back by planting trees, cleaning their own air, feeding their own families. But it wasn't until I realized that even in our political system, where we're supposed to have a democracy, we're supposed to be so proud of it all across the world, special interests have infiltrated every single aspect of our democracy to the point where everyday people don't have a voice, and the animals, the ecosystems are completely ripped of their version of equality. I mean, when we talk about equality, it's from a very human-centered lens. We're not thinking about the animals that are just trying to cross the road to get to water that are just devastated, impacted. And so that's really been the guiding light of my career. I've just kind of fallen into politics, and now I'm leaving Commissioner Sumrad's office to recruit, because next year we have 7 races next year, and that's 7 opportunities for environmentalists to get in to change policy, or 7 developer-backed candidates who are going to use their platform to, spin misinformation to get people to be skeptical about climate change, or to build a platform to create more environmental harm, which impacts all of us. It's a nonpartisan issue. So that's really how I channel equity through every part of my work, is to be a voice for the voiceless animals and to get political power through elections.
Go next. My name is Laura Betts, and I'm with the Clio Institute. And what first inspired me to get involved and to be an activist was my children, and a book I read about 25 years ago, which is called Earth in Balance by Al Gore. And eventually I joined Climate Reality, learned about climate change, and finally ended up with the Clio Institute, which is a perfect fit for me. At the Clio Institute, we believe education is key, and so we have many programs to educate teachers, students, municipal employees. It doesn't matter. That's our main purpose for the organization, is education. What I do is I work on municipal policy and getting future climate impacts into policy, in comprehensive plans, development code, can be hazardous mitigation plans, housing plans, anything like that, because that's a passion of mine. So that's it. Thank you. Happy to be here today.
Hi, I'm Kim Dinkins, 1,000 Friends of Florida. We're a nonprofit, nonpartisan, smart growth advocacy organization. We were founded by Nathaniel Reed, who was a magnificent Floridian who served at the national level, worked on the Clean Water Act, Endangered Species Act, Everglades protection, and he, along with John DeGrove, who was known as the father of planning in the state, organized 1,000 Friends of Florida to really look at the way that our land use plans can be either detrimental or helpful to communities. So we advocate for connecting people to planning, and we do that through things like webinars, science-backed publications, and then again, as we just mentioned, we advocate at the legislative level for better environmental and smart growth policies. We use that science to direct those policies. We know that things like, in terms of the way that we develop our landscape, coastal development can be detrimental to not only our land and our water, but our wildlife. The way that we design our streets helps to connect people to the services that are provided by their communities and things that they can access. And then in terms of just the way that we design only our transit, but our streets at the street level, working on things like landscape plans and how that impacts people's quality of life in Florida. And so those are the types of things that we work on at 1,000 Friends of Florida.
All right, now we're going to move into some individual questions for the panel, and I'm going to start with Meredith Budd. The question is, Live Wildly has been very active in promoting land conservation and wildlife protection across Florida. How do you see conservation and connectivity of wild spaces playing a role in protecting communities from climate impacts like flooding, rising heat, and hurricanes?
Thank you. I think we all intrinsically know that our natural lands are important for the health of our economy, and our quality of life overall. But I think one of the most important things for groups like mine, in order to help effectuate policy and secure robust funding for such land conservation, is to be able to provide the science that backs that up. And so at Live Wildly, we are really fortunate in that we are able to fund technical expertise and research in order to provide that science backup. And so not only do we intrinsically know that we have these benefits from land conservation and wild places, not only for wildlife, of course, but for us as communities, but we also have the science to back it up. And so we have funded 3 different reports over the years, in recent years, I should say. One was an economic study that showed what the Florida Wildlife Corridor does to benefit our economy. And one of the key findings of that report showed that for every $6 the state invests in protecting the Florida Wildlife Corridor, the state is actually, for every dollar, said it backwards, for every dollar the state invests in protecting the Florida Wildlife Corridor, the state is actually receiving $6 in return. So it's a 6x return on investment. That is a key takeaway that was very, very persuasive at the legislature to help pass the Florida Wildlife Corridor Act back in 2020. We've also funded a report on water. What does the Florida Wildlife Corridor do and not do to protect our water resources? One of the most important things that came out of that report, in my opinion, is it showed that much of the priority recharge areas in our state are actually outside of the Florida Wildlife Corridor. And so while there is a great load of water protections when it comes to spring sheds in the Florida Wildlife Corridor, surface water resources, the most important aquifer recharge areas are actually outside of that corridor. So when you're thinking about presenting the idea of protecting land, we definitely don't want something like the Florida Wildlife Corridor to be a build here, not there map. In that, of course, we want to protect the Florida Wildlife Corridor, but we can't do it at all costs and forget about the important lands outside of the corridor as well. So it's a both and, of course. And then more recently, and I should say most recently, we funded a climate resilience report. So what does the Florida Wildlife Corridor do and not do for climate resilience, which I think is really relevant for what we're talking about here today. All of these reports, by the way, can be found on our website at livewildly.com. And so the most recent report we did in coordination with the Florida Atlantic University and Archbold Biological Station, and it really provides powerful evidence to support that connectivity and large-scale conservation efforts are not just these abstract ideals that we think are good. They actually deliver real protection for people, and of course protection for wildlife. And so some of the key takeaways that we know and that help support the idea of needing to continue land protection, not just locally and not just statewide, but of course across the country and globally, is that there is a ton of resilience benefits. And as we have increasing storms and changes coming to us with climate change, these are really important things to consider. So the study shows that about 2/3 of Florida's floodplains, that's about 10 million acres, lie within the Florida Wildlife Corridor. So by keeping those floodplains natural, that actually provides that natural flood mitigation. By protecting the Florida Wildlife Corridor, something this study, I think, really pointed out, is it's not actually making our issues with flooding better, it's maintaining status quo. So if you are able to maintain the natural areas that we have, you are able to maintain where we're at in terms of flood mitigation. If you develop those lands, we're going to get worse. And so, of course, there's restoration efforts that can be done as well to benefit. There's also, of course, the corridor's benefit to heat. And so we know that when you have natural lands, you are able to help keep your landscapes cool, or keep your areas cool. And you can also sequester carbon. So those are also really important. Another thing that this study pointed out is the issue with fragmenting land and the inability to do controlled burning most effectively, which is essential for managing natural landscapes. And even though the corridor, of course, is mainly inland, what this study also showed is that there are parts of the corridor that help buffer from storms. We know that we have increasing intensity and frequency of storms. The Florida Wildlife Corridor helps to benefit us in that way. So when we talk about connectivity and conservation, we're not just speaking aspirationally. There's actually data to support the fact that if you protect the remaining 8 million acres of the Florida Wildlife Corridor, which is what are those opportunity areas, the ones that are not protected yet. For those of you in the room, I'm sure you all have probably heard of the Florida Wildlife Corridor, but if you have not, it's 18 million acres, 10 million are already protected in some form, whether that's a national park, state park, mitigation area, what have you. Remaining 8 million are those opportunity areas. Those are the areas that are privately held and could be converted to development. So if we protect those remaining 8 million acres, we can double the protection of many of the water and habitat values that we have across the state. So if we can bring the science to the policymakers, you're going to have a much stronger argument, move the needle forward. So I appreciate you. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you, Meredith. So I'm going to pivot to Kim Dinkins with Thousand Friends. As Policy and Planning Director, you've worked extensively on growth management and land use. Florida's rapid development often collides with environmental resilience. So tying right in with some of what Meredith was talking about, wildlife corridors, groundwater recharge, building in floodplains, how could smart planning and legal advocacy help communities adapt to climate pressures while still accommodating growth?
I think I really like what Meredith said about the both and, that we have to not only protect our natural landscapes, but when we're developing our urban areas, they have to be done in a consistent way that reduces sprawl and also provides a quality of life that Floridians are accustomed to. The impacts to our water and wildlife happens at those urban interfaces. And so smart planning can go a long way to helping us adapt and accommodate those water quality issues, dealing with wildlife, and kind of live, I guess, a little bit more in harmony with our built environment and our natural environments. And we cannot stop development, it's coming. And so in order to make sure that we can continue to accommodate the people who are coming, we have to do it more smartly than we have in the past. Florida has some really robust land management policies, and so they're kind of nationally known on paper, I guess, if you will. The implementation side is where we've kind of come short. We are also known for our sprawling cities, and so we have opportunities with our local governments and advocacy to be involved in those conversations. And it's important for us to continue to do that. I would just say that I think there was a little bit about on the legal advocacy side, just remaining involved and understanding what is happening in your community is a really important aspect of good development.
Thank you. I'm going to move on now to Lee Perry. And Lee, the question we have for you is, the controversy over the Eagles Roost and the CFX Highway through Split Oak Forest has galvanized local communities. What does this fight tell us about the broader challenges of balancing infrastructure expansion with protecting critical green spaces, especially as climate pressures intensify?
What a question. I mean, we're being exploited, because sprawl is a business model. And the welfare of our animals and our ecosystems is not codified. I hear my mentor here, Laura Betts, saying, words are words until it's in a statute or physically codified. Our right to clean drinking water is not codified. Clean, affordable drinking water is not an innate right for all people who live here. So, we can have protections, but it's our job as residents to pay attention to things like land use and legislation. And it's so hard because right now we're in an affordability crisis, in an attention economy, where your eyes and your attention is also a business model, that someone is profiting by distracting you from paying attention that you might be drinking poison. Because right now our government is very limited on how much we test our water. We have things like PFAS and different new emerging bacteria. My husband just had stage 4 cancer on his 30th birthday last year, okay, in his bones. I think that we are being robbed of our future and of our ability to fight back because we're targeting the most marginalized people in our community, seeing them as more of a threat than the companies that have been poisoning us since before I was born and have been getting away with it because our entire system is designed to accommodate them. So when it comes to Split Oak, this little logo is a symbol of that fight. Not just about the forest. It's about the fact that there's hundreds of thousands of acres in the wildlife corridor that is currently being looked at as an opportunity to build hundreds of thousands of unaffordable mega mansions in the middle of an area that has no drinking water left. When Brevard County is trying to get a pump infrastructure from downtown Orlando because their brackish water is seeping in and they're running out of clean drinking water. That's happening right now before the hundreds of thousands of homes are being proposed by the Mormon Church and a mega developer who has best friends up in Tallahassee. So even if every single one of us gave years of our lives, like I have and some of the people who are in this room who have been doing it before me, if we gave every single day to fighting, it's not fair that our voices are still not heard because we don't have enough money to pay lobbyists to get into the ears and wine and dine elected officials who were asked to run and given campaign contributions by the same people who are going to profit off of destroying the wildlife corridor. So this Save Split Oak movement has become a symbol of that fight because out of any conservation land in the state, Split Oak happens to be the one that has the most environmental protections. So if it can happen to Split Oak, there could be legal precedent to do it to any conservation land from now on. And what we're finding is it's not just about Split Oak. It's about other green place properties and other mitigation properties that we paid for with our tax dollars that are also in the alignment for this toll road that the state is giving just unchecked power to have eminent domain. Now, when you go and you knock on the doors of the people that live in these areas, they were recently sold a home, a $600,000 home, and they had no idea that an 8-lane highway was literally going up to their backyard. We are being exploited. And I don't want to be an activist. I want to rest and start a family. But I have to because my future is being literally stripped of me. And I'm one of the lucky ones. I just so happen to be able to own my home. It's in a floodplain and I'll never qualify for flood insurance, but I have some place to sleep. There's so many people that are on the front lines of a fight that we've been dealt the lower hand for generations. And it's just not fair because it's seeping into every single part of our quality of life. And my only hope is that every single person is going to be so uncomfortable because it's going to impact you. The greed is going to impact you in a way that it'll force you to mobilize and get more politically aware. And then I'll give you a volunteer job on a campaign I'm running.
Let's talk about excessive heat and policy with Laura Betts from Clio Institute. Laura, considering Clio's work with Orange County on the impacts of excessive heat, what are some of the effects that are often overlooked, and what policies do you think could help alleviate those impacts?
Well, let's first talk about heat. So Florida is unique. It's a very hot state, and we have no protection for workers. We have no protection for renters to have air conditioning in their apartments. There is protection that they must be provided with heat, air conditioning, and we have no protection for disconnections during a heat emergency. That's a state policy. So all of this is quite unique for a state that is so hot because it's available in other states. In Orange County, what I see missing is things like this. We need cooling centers for homeless, and that doesn't mean that they can go to a library because they have a different set of requirements. They need a place where they can bring their pet in or their shopping cart or whatever. But that's something that's not really regularly thought about. And the climate crisis and the heat crisis, it's occurring now. These things are happening now where people, I was told that their sandals are melting in the asphalt because it's so hot during the summer. And climate projections for this area are not good. If you think about it, and we've been told by the EPA that by 2050, it's possible that 1/3 of the year it'll be dangerously unhealthy to be outside. And think about our farm workers and other people that are working outside. It's not good. The emergency is here, and we need to do things now. Some of the things that I'm also concerned about is transit shelters. How many places do you see a bus stop and there's no shelter? People have to stand outside. It's not good. It's not right. And, money, it just seems like when it comes to human health and people, it just seems like it's an afterthought. It's not first and foremost how to keep people safe and healthy. I also think that, Orange County has done a great deal of good work with their comprehensive plan. But what's missing is getting to the frontline communities, getting them involved, making sure that they are the leaders. They are the experts in their communities. They understand their community better than anybody, and they're going to stand behind something as long as they're not only involved, but given ownership. So, for me, heat's a life and death matter. It's happening now. It's occurring now. And with the current political status, it's difficult and it's a huge challenge. And we just need to work through this. And thank goodness there's experts today that can help us with.
Thank you, Laura. So let's move to Jenny Joseph with Common Sense Childbirth. Jenny, you've received national recognition for addressing maternal health inequities. How do you see environmental stressors like extreme heat, poor air quality, or hurricane disruptions affecting maternal and child health in Florida? And what practical steps could Florida take to better protect vulnerable mothers and families in climate hot zones?
Wow. If you think about it, and I was so thrilled to be able to hear the remarks from Dr. Ahmad this morning because she hit the nail on the head. You're just thinking locally, and she outlined and pointed out 4 particular areas of this Central Florida, areas that are local to us. And I was just blown away because every area she mentioned, we at Common Sense Childbirth have been there. From back in the day, we didn't have all the fancy language in those days. We were just trying to make sure every mama, baby got what they needed. But those areas, Paramore. I mean, I knew Paramore before the road and the Carry On and the citrus, the arena, all the things, right? I knew Pine Hills when there was green in Pine Hills. I knew Eatonville, I came in '89, so you can imagine, any of you know Orlando before how it is now, you know what I'm talking about. But I'm pointing that out because nothing's changed in terms of the consistency of the structural harms and how they are built in and are really impacting vulnerable communities, right? So in terms of whether it's heat, whether it's air quality, water, it's kind of irrelevant because those same communities have always carried the brunt of it. So I'm going to say it again, environmental justice is reproductive justice, right? It is health justice. So at Common Sense, we've addressed that sort of indirectly, if you will, because one of the other structural problems is capitalism. I'm going to say it out loud. So with that said, we have always run our clinics and our support services with a no one turned away philosophy. We are a non-profit on purpose, but we've stayed poor then because of being non-profit and saying no one turned away. So we're looking at this as a human right. We're looking at this from a place where there has to be some recognition of what's happening during the maternity period. And so what we've done as far as steps to remedy this is, one, unimpeded access, non-judgmental access, meet you where you are, work with you where you're from, the blame the mother, the blame the family tropes that have literally hobbled all of us in terms of making changes in our, things that we care about. We've stopped that because that's unfair, it's unsafe, unnecessary. And so in making sure every mother is seen, heard, listened to, and supported, every family in turn gets that support. And then every community also is able to benefit from that. When we look at things such as hurricanes, for example, we're all about, let's make the birth plan. Let's make sure we're ready for postpartum. Now we're looking at, and we've talked to mothers and we share with families, if the baby's coming and the hurricane is raging, here's what you do. Like simple, practical ways to address what's happening for people. We try to talk with our first responders, our ambulance crews, anybody who's passing. You're stopped by the side of the road trying to have this baby because of climate, then this is what you need to do. This is what you need to know. What we find is when we empower people with that kind of information, with those practical tools and supports, they're fine. Community is its own best resource. It always has been, always will be. But we have not ever really named what these things are in this way. I'm grateful for that language to bring forward, okay, this is environmental. This is social determinants of health. This is structural. This is historically racist and classist and all of these things that have impacted birth, life. But I do want to say one thing, and I made up a word because I like making up words, and this one is maternotoxic. And I use that word because the toxicity that impacts health and outcomes for mothers and babies shows up anywhere, everywhere. If you don't know the story of Serena Williams and her birth experience, then you should look that up. Serena Williams nearly died in probably the safest possible place she could be, in what was supposed to be the best environment of all. I mean, she's a celebrity. She's got more money than who knows. And yet she practically had to beg for her own life. And she's only alive because she prevailed. Maternotoxicity is not just in the environment. It is the environment. And that's a problem.
Thank you, Jenny. All right, now we're going to enter a speed round, if you will, as we close out our panel time. Whoever would like to, or all of you, share with us what advice would you give to students, young professionals, or community members who want to get started in environmental advocacy, and just as importantly, sustain their commitment to the work over time.
I'll go ahead and start. My best advice is to find an organization and a mission that resonates with you. Most of those organizations, and nonprofit organizations, or the ones represented here, probably have a newsletter. They have somewhere for you to sign up. You can provide that email to those websites. They usually have a sign up that will keep you informed. When there's opportunities to engage, If there's an issue that is coming before a board or coming before a decision-making body, then the organization will most likely be reaching out to tell you this is an opportunity for you to come out and share your voice, or they'll send out what are known as action alerts, most of you have seen, where you can actually fill in your information, send your own version of a letter to give your support or opposition to a certain item. And so that is the best way and kind of the lowest fruit to grab, to just get that initial exposure, learn about the issues, better understand the issues, kind of develop your own opinions on those issues as well. There might not be a time where you're 100% all in on everything the organization is saying, but then you have the contact where you can craft your own message and give your opinion. So I think that's the best way to start your journey. And you can, of course, network with those folks within those organizations and go from there. But I think that is the easiest and best first step.
I'd like to thank you for that. Clio Institute is an organization like that. And I also think it's really important for people to consider sitting on boards, because boards are very powerful, and you learn a lot. And run for election. Step up and run for election. I know it might not be the first step, but it's important to get involved and take care of your mental health, because even though it can be very depressing at times when you're working in this field, because we're constantly looking, at life and death. And so mental health is like critical, and being with people that are like-minded, so that you're with your tribe and you know that there's goodness out there in the world. That's my advice.
I've spent a lot of my career in local government and the types of situations where it's a little bit detrimental to be too passionate about something, but I would say that my advice would be to remain passionate. And, sometimes it's a good idea to hold your tongue sometimes and listen and understand other people's perspectives on things, because that's, those middle grounds is where the work really gets done and where a lot of times we land. But remembering why you're in the room and being informed and not losing that, becoming discouraged when maybe you don't get the whole thing that you're asking for, makes you decide that you might not want to try to engage again. Just keep going back, because without that continued passion, we wouldn't be where we are today, which isn't where we need to be. So that would be my advice.
Yeah, I'll just say, start with yourself. The introspection doesn't hurt. You're going to either be connected somehow to birth, because you were born, if nothing else, right? But look to yourself first. Look, especially if you might at some point still be getting to childbearing, think about what are we bringing our children into, and also what can you do about that? Then go to the collective. Go to your close family, go to your close friends, and ask, learn, listen, understand their experiences, and what then can you do? Because the power is really individual, but yet once we join together and support each other, we can prevail.
I wanted to listen to what everybody else had to say, because I wanted to be fueled by all of these powerful women up here. But my advice to everyone is get outside of your comfort zone. Really push yourself to try something new, even if somebody tells you you can't, that you shouldn't. If your heart is singing it to you, just do it. And the way that you refuel and not lose hope is to just be in nature. I know that sounds way easier than it really is, because we're all so busy, and I myself included. But really, really be in nature. I'm talking, even if you just have to go outside and sit by a weed that has a flower that there's one bug on it, like just sit out there and just really look at it and really feel it, because we're connected. If you see that our suicide rates and our mental health rates are going skyrocketing, and you're like, what is going on? There's a crisis. It's because we're disconnected from our mother nature. Nature gives you everything you need to guide you. Even just by the wind blowing in a moment where you have a thought, That is nature reaffirming your thoughts and telling you, do it. And you just have to listen. And sometimes you're going to have anxiety. How do you treat anxiety? Go into nature. Let it guide you. I think that that's really hard for us because we are currently in a situation where our attention spans are being, a price model, basically, monopolized. But anyway, moral of the story is get outside your comfort zone, try something new, get into politics, run for office, volunteer, and then when you need a break, go out into nature.
Two or three? Okay, I think we got time for some audience questions, 2 or 3 questions. If any of you wants to ask the panel something, we've got a microphone that can be brought your way. Over here.
I heard you mention the word capitalism, that we've been talking about it, but it's the first time I heard that word mentioned. And so I think we've been hearing that word in terms of private interests, hearing that word in terms of developer-backed candidates. But it seems like throughout the whole day, what we've been saying is the biggest obstacle for environmental protection is money, capitalism. And I guess my question is, how can we begin to address this problem if we're scared to name it and say it?
Well, not all of us are scared, but I'll add colonialism is bad for your health. It's like these massive concepts, but you're right, we have to be in reality. And I think that's hard. That's why I say let's maybe start with ourselves, because that's all you can really do is figure out how are you going to navigate in that space? What's the safest way for you to do that? Not always safe for everybody, right? And then from there, can you move out to your next layer, your close family, your close friends, and see what you can do collectively? But honestly, and I've been here since 1989, so I've been here a long while, and I'm still here, right? But I'm wondering, where is it anymore that you can find this equity, this safety, this dignity? All of these things seem to be dissipating inside of this bubble of how we are and who we are. And I don't have any answers, but I'm not scared to say it.
All right, do we have one more? The first one I saw was the lady over here.
Okay, very short from each of the panelists in 3 words or less, how you feel about environmental justice and our future. 3 words or less.
3 words. We must fight. We must.
Yes.
I'm going to stick with 1 word, hopeful.
To say, let them decide.
I haven't heard them all, but I'm going to say here, here.
I'll say intersectional.
All right, I think I saw a gentleman. Here we go, right in the middle.
I've been working in the transportation planning field for a long time. I really do not like the expressway. It's made up by a group of individuals who have no responsibility. All they decide is whether the roadway is going to pay the bond. The tolls will pay the bond. If that works, it's fine. They don't care about the sprawl. And right now they're working on going way out into the hinterlands like we were talking about. There's also the Southport connector below Lake Topekalaga. And there are wildlife corridors there that are looking at Green Creek, but they're not looking at the east side, where it goes up along the east side of Lake Potomac. There's a lot of wildlife corridors there. How do you get them to acknowledge this and to put in at least wildlife underpasses elevated? What are your suggestions for that?
So Live Wildly is definitely very involved in trying to ensure that wildlife crossings and thoughts for how wildlife will cross roads isn't part of the planning process for any road in the state, whether that's at a local level or with FDOT. Vehicle collision is the leading cause of death, I think, for wildlife globally. So, I mean, this is not a Florida problem, it's a global problem. And wildlife crossings are paramount. And wildlife crossings with the proper fencing and proper clearance is really paramount. If it's not built correctly, it's not going to allow for the target species to be able to use it. The biggest problem is that they cost a lot of money, an obscene amount of money. There's a lot of fill that's required. There's redirection of traffic. I'm sure you're very familiar with the cost. And so where we're trying really hard is to figure out, one, how to reduce that cost. We actually just commissioned a study with a consultant to figure out how we can reduce the cost of wildlife crossings. That I think it's a 15-month study, and we're about 2 months in. So we have a little bit while to go, but we are really pushing to figure out ways that we can make it more cost-effective so that it's more palatable, especially to those decision makers. But at the end of the day, needing to be in those initial planning meetings so that they're thought of at the onset. If you get into those latter stages of planning and, then you are bringing up the idea of wildlife needs, it becomes too much of a burden, and it becomes white noise, as I would like to call it, to those decision makers. And so making sure you're in that early stage, and that is something Live Wildly, among other of our colleagues and partner organizations, work on, and we are actively trying to ensure happens.
So I get to do inside game and outside game. Inside game is getting really good people elected who are going to do the intergovernmental conversations, trying to say, hey, maybe we shouldn't tax our residents because toll roads are a tax. And maybe we should probably buy green space in perpetuity and not just let you take it with eminent domain. So that's inside game. Outside game is I also get to wield the public pressure and make the faces of the people who sit on that board the enemy to the general public and get them to email the crap out of them with thousands and thousands of emails. And so, and make it a PR nightmare. So on August 10th, we hit 300 doors and we put the faces of every CFX board member on the flyer because these people who were just, put their entire savings and livelihood now have a face of the people who are going to destroy their quality of life on a flyer with their direct phone numbers and their email addresses on it. So, there's inside game and outside game, and every single one of you has a cell phone where you can tag these people on their personal Instagrams. You all have email addresses that you all can email, and you all have a phone to call them. So it's on us to build that outside pressure to make it a public nightmare, because otherwise we are paying for the sprawl. For every 1 mile of new road, it's $25 million. Whereas if we build up in the urban core where there's already pre-existing infrastructure, then we can have the tax revenue to take care and maintain the already broken, failing, flooding roads in our urban core. So how much do you want to pay, and what do you want to do with your tax dollars is my question.
All right, I think we have time for maybe one more question, if anybody has. Oh, go ahead, sir, right in the middle, back there. If we have time, Eugene will come over to you as well.
Thank you. First, a real quick comment on a person who asked a previous question on capitalism. The whole climate business is busting capitalism. It's been mentioned in some ways earlier this morning, and there's a lot more that could have been said on how it would be much better in terms of saving money in capitalism to not do things we're doing. The word that the other gentleman a few minutes ago was missing, and some of the rest of you are missing, is depravity. Now a quick question. Lee Perry, what is the status of the permanent lawsuit for and against the superhighway through Split Oak? What's the status now?
Oh. Well, currently Friends of Split Oak is the nonprofit that does the lawsuit and has the money. We do the campaign, the public pressure campaign. The two cannot mix. But as far as I know, Friends of Split Oak still has legal counsel and is still moving forward. There's too many people to sue. There's too many laws that have been broken. Unfortunately, there's been direct violations to our Constitution, and yet they're still moving forward. In fact, Osceola signed an illegal contract with CFX, leaving out Orange County because of our charter amendment, when that is a direct breaking of our contract law, our original contract with Orange County and Osceola, where any decision for Split Oak was supposed to be made by both parties. But instead, Osceola is going around Orange because we, the people, got a charter amendment to protect Split Oak, and they're going directly to CFX, and they're doing a whole new contract where they can put in as many roads as they want on the Osceola County side. And I'm sorry to say it, but there are Democrats and Republicans on both the Orange and Osceola County board that are saying, there's not much we can do. But when you go and you check their campaign contributions, a lot of them are best friends with Tavistock, who's the mega developers out in that wildlife corridor. So the status is we're still working, we're still fighting, and it's not just for Split Oak. It's for all of our green places that are in the alignment, and just for our ability to have clean drinking water and money for our quality of life here. They're going to suck it all and build out that area in between Orange and Brevard, and we're going to be left with broken infrastructure.
All right, I want to get one more question because I think I overlooked him twice now. Go ahead. Take us home.
Long time, people have been fighting for birds and trees. I've believed that it really is an economic question. In Orange County, we're finally looking at a financial pool. What do you all think about actually just, they don't care about trees. They don't care about, yeah, just admit it. You do care about dollars. What do you about start fighting about the financial stupidity of sprawl? Just as simple as Urban 3, and all of us have seen the presentation, what they're doing. Just show it to the county, doing a good job. City of Orlando, absolutely a nightmare. The other municipalities to a lesser degree. What's your thoughts about using the economics of the inefficiencies of urban sprawl and showing them the pictorial thing that Urban 3 shows?
I'll answer that because I was kind of waiting for that. I wish I'd mentioned it before. But your question about, how do we fight capitalism is a little bit by using their own game. I mean, using the economics of sprawl and understanding that the wildlife corridor returns $6 for every single dollar that's invested into it. When we start looking at the economy of protecting our environment, the health benefits of, reducing medical costs for our citizens, then the argument becomes very clear that we have to do more to protect our environment. We have to do more to protect our citizens. And so I think that those types of just sound bites, that information is extremely important. But the developer isn't going to take that information to them. So that's why it's so important for all of us to continue to remain engaged.
I'll also add that I think it's really important, and we're really getting a groundswell of this, I believe, in terms of really quantifying the value of our natural systems through payment for ecosystems. You have landowners that are being approached by developers, and their, income generating property is not necessarily at a level that they'd wish, or they're not sure of the viability into the future. That is a very compelling reason for them to sell to development. So if we could, as a state, come up with a really solid payment for ecosystem services program and be able to really fund these landowners to keep their land in the state that it's currently in, agriculture, natural spaces, it will be a huge incentive for them to not turn to those developers when they're knocking on their doors.
Sorry, you guys heard enough from me. I'm so sorry, but like, it doesn't matter if it's too expensive, and if we're paying for it, it doesn't matter, because the people who are profiting have a seat at the table and we don't. That's why getting good people elected is the most important piece, because they will listen to us and not the developer that will literally cost us more money. The counties know that sprawl is more expensive. We have a $64 million deficit on our existing transportation needs that we have now, not to mention the ones that when the sprawl comes that we're going to have to foot the bill for. They know the cost. Who's speaking at the table louder? Not the people. So that's why, at the end of the day, we can come up with these different tax incentives, we can come up with zoning laws, but if the developers and the mega industries that are poisoning us have a bigger seat and a bigger role in the decision-making process, we will never be able to create the policies that we need to get ourselves out of this.
All right, that's going to conclude this panel. Let's give all of our wonderful panelists. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to our hostess to introduce the next panel.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tim Hall, for moderating this interesting panel. And to all of our panel guests, thank you for this engaging and thought-provoking discussion. Let's give them another round of applause. I love to see when the audience engages in the discussion and people want to participate and ask questions, because that means that the message that is being delivered is provoking a lot of emotions and thoughts. So thank you so much for being an amazing audience. And to everyone watching us via Orange TV, we hope that you're truly enjoying this program. And something about me, I love working with young people. And I'm so excited about this next segment of our afternoon session. So we're going to keep this energy going inside the room. We're going to move on to our next session, the Youth Voices Spotlight. Yes. Please join me in welcoming Jonathan Keene, Director for Center for Earth Jurisprudence, who's going to be moderating this inspiring conversation featuring the next generation of environmental leaders. And let's welcome our young people up to the panel as well.
All right, they gave me a microphone, and I apologize in advance, folks. This wasn't supposed to happen until everyone left. Thank you all for being here today on behalf of the Center and Barry University, and welcome to our youth panel. So the first thing I want to do is just say how awesome it is, really great. That, I think about my future and what I've got left and what I plan to get accomplished here. And really, realistically, what can I get accomplished here? But I'm not worried at all, because just working here, working at the center, teaching in the environmental law program at Barry, I see faces every day of people who are committed to the challenges of the future. And up here, I've got people that I know are committed to the challenges of the future. So you inspire me, and I'm very grateful for you all being here tonight. So let's introduce our panelists. First, we have Giancarlo Rodriguez from the Sunrise Movement. He is the hub coordinator. This is a youth-led organization fighting for an Orlando that's affordable, walkable, and sustainable. With a background in urban planning and grassroots advocacy, Giancarlo works to empower young people to take action for a more equitable and climate-resilient future. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Next, we have Alika Esperson with the Clio Institute. She is the Advocacy and Campaigns Associate at the Clio Institute. Alika studied sustainability at Florida International University and now supports campus organizers across 8 Florida universities, helping grow the youth climate movement. Her work focuses on policy advocacy and communicating the urgency of the climate crisis while empowering young people to demand bold climate action. And now I won't show any bias. Up next, we have Polina Mustaza, a third-year law student here at Barry Law School. Polina serves as a note and comment editor for the Environmental and Earth Law Journal, where she's explored how green technology and environmental policy can improve air quality and public health. She's passionate about using the law to drive innovation and protect our environment for future generations. And then next, no bias at all, I'm going to introduce Scotland Yakavone, also a Barry Law student, second year, and a University of Florida Gator. Go Gators. Scotland serves as an associate editor for the Environmental and Earth Law Journal and works as a legal intern at Lawson Huck Gonzalez, where she supports complex civil litigation. She's passionate about protecting Florida's environment and advancing practical, community-driven legal solutions. Finally, we have Lakata Bryant, our community advocate. She's a recent graduate from Washington University in St. Louis, where she earned her degree in global health and environment, and currently is helping with the Boys and Girls Club in Winter Garden. Lakata has led race and equity workshops, coordinated public health outreach, and raised funds for maternal and youth health programs in Uganda. She's passionate about advancing health equity and community engagement to build a more inclusive and resilient system of care. And before we get to the questions, we did want to send our best to Elisa Hernandez with the Farm Workers Coalition of Florida. Unfortunately, they could not be here today due to an emergency, but we do wish her a speedy recovery and hope she's on the mend soon. Now, with our youth leaders here ready to share their perspectives, let's dive in to our Youth Voices Spotlight questions. And we'll see how they're driving change in their communities. How's everybody doing? All right.
How are you doing?
That's the softball, okay? All right. So everybody, we'll just go down, come back. Let's start at the beginning. What first inspired you to get involved in environmental work? Was there like a specific moment, this flash, or potentially an experience you had, or even a person potentially who sparked your interest in this movement?
I would say for me, it was during COVID. There was not much I could do besides going outside and enjoying nature. So I kayaked, I hiked, and I realized how much I enjoy Florida's beautiful natural resources. And then I saw how my fellow residents and citizens treated our natural resources. And before I saw that, I saw all the laws. You can't carry plastic containers in the water. And I said, why is that? I went kayaking and I saw why. And I was like, well, that's why we can't have nice things, because people ruin it. So I slowly became more involved in the environment. And then I met my husband, and he's an avid fisherman. And I realized how crucial, even more, our quality of water, how our fish rely on it, how our fishermen really need healthy fish. And I just saw trash everywhere. And I teamed up my friend, she's regional director for the ACC, the American Conservation Coalition. And they are about common sense legislation that promotes environmental safety and health. And so that is how I got involved, and I have just full-fledged, head forward, helping the environment.
We have really similar stories. So I also was very inspired during COVID because, no work, lots of free time, lots to think about, what I want to do with my life, and I switched from chemistry over to sustainability, and I felt like I've really developed a deep connection to nature that just was, it's ineffable. And from that moment, I felt like I wanted to be of service of Earth, and that brought me into politics, kind of Lee Perry's story, similar to that. I'd never imagined myself working in politics, but realized that it was incredibly necessary to create the systematic change that we need.
Unfortunately, I haven't had like a one specific moment where I decided, oh, like I really am interested in the environment. Mine was more of like a gradual transition into the subject. I started my undergrad as a biology pre-med, which is, you know, the run-of-the-mill copy-paste major for pre-med students. But I also decided to take some anthropology courses, specifically global health and the environment. And as I kept taking those courses, I began to realize how important our environments are to our health and how we live as having healthy bodies and live a healthy lifestyle. And like really realizing and understanding that importance made me transition to like really wanting to understand further like all the impacts that our current environment and like climate changes are having on our health and our medical systems.
Hi, everyone. So my passion began when I was in undergrad, Hofstra, in New York. I was part of student government there. And one of our events that we held almost every weekend was no phones and just go to the park with one another and really just be in the environment just without any distractions. And there it sparked up conversation, and we really connected with just wanting to pursue environmental justice.
Yeah, so for me, I'm going to be honest, right? So when it comes to talking about the issue of climate and the environment, it can be very overwhelming, right? You hear about, how, the earth is getting hotter, how about the hurricanes are getting stronger. And honestly, you don't even just read about it, right? Us living in Florida, we experience it, right? And so for me at first, it was kind of very overwhelming to get into the environmental space, and I didn't really see myself in that space. But it wasn't until I learned about this idea called the Green New Deal, that it really changed the way that I viewed like environmental work and climate work. Now, I'll explain a little bit about the Green New Deal. So, I'm with Sunrise Movement Orlando. It's a movement all across the country, and one of the big things they're fighting for the Green New Deal. So I stumbled upon it, and essentially, the Green New Deal is an idea of creating good paying, like getting away from fossil fuels, while creating good paying jobs in the process, right? And so I started to read more about this idea, and I was like, wait, okay, fighting against climate change isn't just this big thing. We can actually do something about it, right? We have the New Deal, right, in history, which was a period where the government created, millions of jobs, right, and like got the economy out of the Great Depression. And I was like, wow, that reminds me a lot about the moment we're in right now, with an economy that's not working for most people, and that we have a big crisis at hand that we need to address. So that really resonated with me, and I think a big thing about the Green New Deal too is looking at climate from an intersectional lens, right? So looking at through the lens of housing, right? Building housing, not sprawled out, but in the urban core that uses energy that's renewable, right? Transportation, right? Building trains, buses, high-speed rail, those things that are better for the environment and, don't pollute our atmosphere. And bringing that all together to really, made me feel like I had a place in the climate movement, and that when I'm, thinking about other issues, that it's crucial to think about the environment and climate as well.
Outstanding. So everyone has a calling, and some stories seem similar, some stories are very unique. Giancarlo, we're going to stay down there with you, and we'll work our way back to me. Can you share a recent grassroots or advocacy project that you've been involved in? What kind of impact it's had on your community?
Yeah, so a project that us in Sunrise Orlando, we were fighting for a while was actually on Orange County's comprehensive plan, Vision 2050. And so for those who don't know, comprehensive plan is essentially a plan that decides what is allowed to be built and where. And so obviously that has a really big impact on the community, and it's honestly one of the biggest powers local government has, right? So for us, we were really pushing for that plan to support, building in the urban core, and also to support different types of housing, right? And so one of the things that we looked at that you actually wouldn't expect was the parking requirement, right? So let me break it down for you. The parking requirement, the parking mandates are essentially laws that all local government has that require a certain amount of parking in each, development, right? And so this takes away the choice from the people actually building it. And it costs $5,000 to build one parking spot on the ground, and it costs $25,000 to build one parking spot in a parking garage. So obviously that cost is heavy, and it's led to only the richest people to be able to build developments, right? And it also leads to encouraging, rather than building, walkable communities in the urban core, that would have less parking lots because people would be actually able to get around. It would encourage more building, on the outsides, right? So we're trying to really push for this policy that we saw success in other cities where they saw the rent go down and they saw more development near, buses and trains. And so we really push hard for Vision 2050. And, the really great thing is we got a lot of people involved to learn about these issues, the things that they never would have thought of, right? That, is tied in with climate. And, we were able to, the community really came together and it was able to get passed. So that was really awesome. It's really cool to see, that we can have an impact, right? We can actually do something about it. Right now, Vision 2050, the Orange Code, all these plans are actually in litigation with the state, but I still, remain optimistic. A lot of the wins that were won there will be implemented and, improve people's lives. And, this is only the beginning, right? There's so much more work to do beyond it. So that was a recent grassroots experience that had me left inspired.
Paulina?
And I currently volunteer for the Humane Society in Brevard County. And right now we are holding a lot of adoption events, which is great. It is primarily in PetSmarts and pet stores. However, I am pushing for those events to be held more outside and a lot of friendly family events to be held in the parks. We did have an event last week, and it was a great turnout. And during those events, we do talk about getting out in nature, and we even teach kids and their parents the importance of clean air to really be an advocate. Change.
LaKaden.
Yeah, so I haven't yet gotten to dig my heels into organization in Orlando, but back in St. Louis, I was a part of a student organization that's nationally based called GlobeMed, but our chapter at our school, we partnered with a group in Uganda called UDA, or Ugandan Development and Associates. And through that program, we were able to support and fund their initiatives for youth education and also maternal health and maternal health resources and education as well. And through that, I really got to understand how important it is to know your communities and get to know what their needs are and having those discussions back and forth. And I'm interested in seeing how I can use my experience to help a local community. We have a lot of the same challenges.
Alika.
Thank you. So I wanted to highlight 3 of our recent wins across the state. So we have the honor and privilege to work across 13 chapters across Florida. So we have a lot of ongoing campaigns. We win some, we lose a lot, but we keep going. But some of the wins that we have that are recent, specifically want to highlight the Miami tree canopy win we had last year as it relates to heat, because as you know, the more trees you have in an area, it reduces the heat in an area, reducing urban heat island effect. And there was a developer-based campaign to kind of threaten the tree canopy in Miami, the policy that protected the trees. They wanted to basically weaken it and water it down, and we were able to protect that policy in Miami. So now you have to go through a process if you want to cut down trees and build something. Another one is Miami Wilds campaign. They tried to build a water park on endangered bat habitat in Miami, and they were saying it was just a parking lot next to the Miami Zoo, or Zoo Miami, excuse me. However, it was really important grounds for bats to feed at night, and if they built a water park there, they wouldn't be able to feed at night. So not just us, but many, many activists and environmental groups in Miami banded together to fight that development, and we ultimately won. And the last one is the Leon County Climate Emergency Declaration. That one wasn't super recent, but super proud of the work that went into it. That win from our Tallahassee.
Outstanding.
I previously mentioned the ACC. However, as I've gotten older, I've realized we have a sick culture. And ways we can do that by healing a sick culture is empowering residents, property owners, to be able to homestead, to be able to provide for their families, and not rely on massive agricultural Publixes, Walmarts. They can provide for themselves. And we saw during COVID, grocery stores were empty. People were trying to fight for just natural food to feed their families. And so what I do is I work with farms, and I work with local legislators, city councilmen, and try to promote more farmland. We do not incentivize farmers enough to maintain their farmlands. They are more incentivized to sell it. So what I do is I look for those farmlands that are vulnerable, and I help local officials to try to incentivize it. In Tavares, for example, in Lake County, with a very large family-owned farms that's been around for decades, it was like, it's more profitable to sell it. And I don't blame them. It's expensive to own farmland. And I believe it is up to us, the people, to help incentivize farmers to not give in to developers. And so that's one of the things that I do, is really just advocating for local farmland to stay farmland and not be developed.
So this time, whoever wants to answer first, just raise your hand. I'm going to treat this like class now. So this is the fun of being an adjunct professor. Every effort comes with obstacles. We run into them every day. What's a challenge you faced in your environmental work, whether it was in regards to policy or resources, or even engaging your community? And tell me how you worked through that.
I'll go first.
It's like, this is just like my class.
Nonpartisanship. I think someone on the previous panel said it. There are Republicans and Democrats sitting on county commissioners and city seats. They may be nonpartisan. You can look at who endorses them. You can look at their donations. You can look at their voting history. And I think if we empower more people to look past their little nonpartisan thing and say, hey, what are you actually voting for? It goes to, oh, you're a Republican, I'm a Democrat, I'm not going to vote with you on a common sense issue. And it goes back to when my mom was running for office, potholes are a nonpartisan issue. Healthy clean drinking water is a nonpartisan issue. And so if people, and again, a sick culture, we're so wrapped up in what your label is when it comes to your party affiliation, we don't get stuff done. And so if we look past that, we can actually get things done. And so that's something, you know, as a Christian, I'm a steward. God has given me and trusted me with this earth, and I have to do everything in my power to make sure that I am saving this planet for my future generations to come. And we can't do that if we're stuck in party lines. So that's my challenge.
And I guess piggybacking off of that, aligning our societal goals. Earlier, you know, capitalism was brought up, private versus public interest. For my paper, I researched patent rights and green technology. And I mean, capitalism is important. We need money, we need funding. However, we need to also make sure to understand what's really important and what's going to impact our future. And so if we can push private companies and the public to team up together and to work together to see, hey, maybe green technology is our way to go. And I believe if we work together, we can see that happening.
Yeah, I think, you know, thinking on some obstacles that come up, I think honestly the most important thing is like, you know, you're going to have people who are going to tell you that's impossible, that's why, that's crazy, that's unrealistic, and you just need to, you know, one, know how to get back up from that and keep fighting, because there's always going to be those people. And two, you need to, build a strong support system, people like-minded people, across all backgrounds, right? Who, can be there to support you and help you, right? Throughout my experience, I've had moments where like someone's like, yeah, like, I don't know about that, or like, that does not sound like a good idea. But after, I didn't let that, get to me. And my organization, like Sunrise, our organization, like, we continued pushing, and by doing that, we ended up changing a lot of hearts and minds, and, getting people to meet us at the table, by being persistent, and also by supporting each other, right? Because, when one person would get like, yeah, this person told me no, like, we would have each other to support each other and, get right back up. So I think those are two really important things to, consider, like, building a strong community, and also like, knowing to get back up once you fall down.
Yeah, I feel like another challenge is like balancing between a short-term or a band-aid solution versus a like long-term sustainability for your solutions. And like something to really address that issue is making sure you're really talking to the communities that you're working with and getting to know what they need for their communities and what they believe are resources that they require. Because if you're just giving them things that you think is going to be the best solution, the best thing for right now, what's in front of you, it might just cause a bigger problem, and then you're going to have to go back and readdress that problem. So it's really not for the best interest.
Building a youth climate movement, I think the biggest challenge is messaging, capture the attention of young people when we live in a poly-crisis time.
As someone who essentially gets paid to capture the attention of young people, that resonates very much. Please.
Sorry, I was just going to say it's really hard to convince college students that they should care about the Public Service Commission, because like they don't even know what that is. It's just not something on their minds, and they're trying to figure out how to pay rent and how to pay for groceries, and concerned about some of these other issues they're on the news cycles that are constant. So just finding the intersections to all those issues and framing climate as something that affects all areas of life, because it does, and it's a threat multiplier, I think is the way to overcome it, but we're still figuring that piece out.
So let's put our hoping hats on, and the future is yours. Thinking ahead to the next 5 to 10 years, which is very much within reach from an ideological standpoint, hopefully. If you could make any change or see any progress made, give me an example of that. Something, especially for young people or especially for communities that are specifically vulnerable to climate impact. We'll start down here at the end. Come on, Scotland. I know you got some ideas.
5 to 10 years.
Five.
I'd say unity. I would hope for more unity. There's a lot of hate and animosity, and if we can all just sit down and have a conversation, a lot can get done. Common sense solutions, single issue resolutions go a long way, and I hope in the future our society will just be healthier. We can get along more, and just see our elected officials actually caring for their constituents and not prioritizing monetary short-term gains for our long-term health.
I have a practical solution and then more of like an esoteric and philosophical one. So starting practically, I would love to see a carbon tax because it's been proven to reduce emissions more than anything, any other strategy very quickly. I think we need to make polluters pay. A lot of times the burden is put on regular people and it's like, you need to drive less and you need to do this when it's regular people that are just trying to survive.
And then the more esoteric and philosophical answer is, I really hope to see the healing of our connection to nature collectively. I feel like that's what brought me into this work, and I feel like we're always moving towards more benevolence, towards living things, the living planet, people, animals, each other. So the more that happens within all of us, the closer we get to the world we need. And we'll need the laws, but we'll also just be creating a culture where people are acting in a way that reflects our true nature, which is to our environment.
I guess what I hope for us to achieve in the next 5 to 10 years is just to be able to have a more multidisciplinary discussion of environment, like in a lot of different sectors. Like I come from an outside of environment background, and a lot of those different sectors people like to glaze over or like not acknowledge the fact that the environment still plays a huge role in medicine and how we live our daily lives. Forests and not something that is outside of human health. So I believe that having those multidisciplinary conversations will aid in us being able to further our movements and have people participate and be active and support more environmental advocacy and lawmaking.
So I believe dialogue is the most important thing, specifically in-person dialogue. Social media is great for spreading the word out there, but connection happens with real human interaction. And answers form when there are multiple people from different various backgrounds coming together, not just people who are dedicated to the environmental justice, but also people who are dedicated to technology or increasing awareness in other areas like health and public safety. So just having that open source dialogue, and anywhere that I want to be the forefront of that person that networks and connects other people. Hopefully have a common ground with sustainable technology in the future.
In 5 to 10 years, I want to see so many things, but, I guess like the first thing that comes to mind, I mean, especially thinking about, here in Orlando, like, in Orlando that like people can actually afford, right? Where the rent is lower, where we have communities that are actually walkable and connected and you can get to know your neighbor, where we have, a Sunrail and Link system that, actually run from the east to the west side, that run on the weekends, that are frequent, that we have more jobs, right? That, help the environment, building up, with housing, transportation, climate, like jobs for young people that are actually, improving our lives rather than not really doing anything or in fact hurting the community. So those are kind of some of the things I would love to see in the next 5 to 10 years. And I'm going to fight to make it happen.
So we got some law students here in our audience, and hopefully we have a bunch of young people watching at home on Orange TV. Hey, kids at home. And I'm sure they'd want to know, if I wanted to get involved. I also want to make a difference in this movement, but I really don't know where to start. Think about when, obviously everyone gave their origin story. What advice would you give to the youth of today? How do they get their start in this?
I'm going to speak on behalf of myself. I started getting involved really when I started reading journal articles from other students, specifically in the Environment and Earth Law Journal. And that's when I educated myself and saw that the environment, there's so many connections with all areas. And I think the first thing is to get educated and read other students' work.
I would say, honestly, my big recommendation is just like get out there in the community, right? Get to, meet different people, start taking action. I feel like for me, like I learned the most through the people I met, in the community here in Orlando. People who are different from me, communities that are different than mine. I feel like, through that experience, you have a better idea of, how to get involved. And no one person is going to be able to, make change. It's always going to be in community. It's going to be, with friends, with families, with your neighbors. So yeah, just get out there, start taking action, and you're going to naturally meet people who are like-minded, and you'll learn some things from them along the way too.
Would say find some organizations that inspire you. Gen Cleo is one of them. And we're always looking for volunteers. There's lots of other amazing organizations that are looking for volunteers. And you could be planting trees. You could be speaking at a county commission meeting. You could be cleaning up a beach. There's so many opportunities based on different interests and skill sets. And you're going to make friends through that process too, most likely. And who knows where that can lead you. It can bring you a career. It can just be a hobby. But there's lots of different opportunities out there if you just start looking.
I'm going to echo what they all said about joining nonprofits. I would say go out in your community. There's a lot you can do just in your backyard. One thing my husband and I like to do when we're bored, we'll kayak the canals and we'll clean up the canals ourselves. It literally, no money's involved. You can just walk down your neighborhood, pick up trash. You can get involved, if you're a believer in church and whatever, religious organization you're with, they're right there in your backyard. You just have to look. And I would say, as someone who's older, is get off your phones. I know it's really controversial. Being on your cell phone can only do more harm than good sometimes. And you may feel like you're doing a lot as a social media warrior, just typing away. But you can do so much more just being out in the environment. And if you just I like to spend 30 minutes to an hour a day just sitting in my grass and just enjoying the fresh air and sunlight. It will change your mind about the environment. I promise you.
So I'm going to make a commercial for my employer real quick and pick on my law students here. So obviously involved in the journal, the environmental law program here at Barry. And I'll start with Paulina. Is there something you've learned here at Barry during your studies that kind of stands out and really shaped how you think about environmental justice?
Yes. So when I'm currently in patent law right now, and that drove me to really understand how patent law plays a field in sustainable technology and green technology in general. And kind of got into a rabbit hole of researching, and I found out that there is so much that the EPA does with different IT companies in terms of technology to try to create new solutions for batteries, for mobile sources, so they can meet their goals under the Clean Air Act. And that just empowered me to learn more and to educate myself on how we're going to get there with green technology, how private interests really do balance with public interest, because at the end of the day, like as we had said before, it's a non-bipartisan issue in terms of the sustainable environment.
Know your Constitution. No, I'm not kidding. Shout out to Professor Buhai. So much of our community, they don't know the Constitution. They don't know the history of our Constitution. And the more I study and the more I know our history, it's going to sound controversial, but I hate the federal government. And so, there's so much that can be done. And as I learn the law, as I learn our history and the foundation of our country, it is so crucial to know what the government can and cannot do and what they should be doing and what they just choose not to do. And that's what I've really appreciated being at Berry and having access to just all this knowledge is, as my knowledge grows and as my maturity grows, my morals and my beliefs, they don't change. They evolve and improve, and my eyes are being opened to so many things I didn't know, and I'm just really grateful for this opportunity.
Okay, I'm going to start in the middle this time. So, thinking about your journey that you've been on so far, where do you see yourself going in the future? Do you want to stick in nonprofits, perhaps seek career in politics, maybe even branch into the law like these poor souls?
I am still a pre-med at heart, so I really want to stay within an intersection of environment and medicine. I do think I'm going into more of a public health or public health policy route, but I do think that environment is still very important.
Awesome. Giancarlo.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not entirely sure, but I guess like that's kind of cool because like there's, so many possibilities. But for me, I guess where I see myself in the future is like seeing where I can make the most impact, right? Whether that might be law school, working in a nonprofit, et cetera. Like, I just kind of want to be somewhere where I am making an impact, where I'm challenging, the current world we live in, and making it better, right? Because we deserve better. So yeah, there's so many possibilities. So we'll see what happens.
Alika, where do you see yourself?
Same, Giancarlo. I like the quote, when you walk the path unfolds. Wherever my heart tells me to go, I usually go. It's brought me here, so I'm happy, and we'll see what's next.
Great advice. Scotland, do you think you're going to stick this law thing out?
Yes. Yeah, as my family says, I was born to be a lawyer. I love arguing. Better for worse. Where life takes me after kids, I see myself doing more nonprofit work, picking and choosing the cases and the issues I really, truly believe in. But one thing is for certain, and you guys can quote me on this in 20 years, I will never take a case that I do not believe in. I will never take a client I do not believe in. I learned that from my mother, and I will die on that hill. And so that's something 20, 30 years down the line, as I'm still a lawyer, that will be my vision.
Somebody's definitely passing the MPRE, so. Paulina.
My goal is the same, actually, autonomy, really, to have the power as an attorney, not having to be defined by who you work for, who you work with, but just being defined by your own goals and your beliefs. And through my time, I was originally from New York. I moved down here for 3 years ago for law school. And law school just opened so many doors for me, and it provided me the education I need. There's so much more to learn, and I'm just here for the ride.
So we've heard a lot about intersectionality. We've heard, especially how health connects to the environment. Climate change really intersects with a ton of different issues, things that we see with our own eyes and things that we can see coming in the future. So when we talk about health, certainly housing, and certainly economic and racial justice, and how ultimately the mitigation of climate change is going to be up to all of us to help overcome those specific areas. How do you see your environmental advocacy connecting to social justice in your work? And I'll start with Giancarlo at the end.
Yeah, I mean, kind of the most important thing in like any like policy solution is that, the communities most impacted, right? Working class communities, Black and brown communities, us here in Florida, we are heavily impacted. Having, them be a part of the solution is really crucial, right? Having them, they're the ones who know their community best. They know the issues best. And I think, making sure that they have the resources to not only make choices, but to actually, be prepared for the impacts of climate change, right? And so I think how that connects to like the work that, that we do in Sunrise is that kind of like the core tenets of the Green New Deal is like, helping the working class people, the frontline communities, making sure they have the resources to, be prepared for hurricanes, making sure that they get things like green spaces, good paying jobs that often historically they haven't. And I think that when, especially thinking here locally in Orlando, right, thinking about communities as well who, they might live in like food deserts, right, and not have access to food because of environmental reasons or choices, right? We're actually fighting to build community gardens in parts of Orlando that, historically black parts of Orlando that haven't had access for these resources, which is a choice. That's a policy choice, what it is. We're also trying to, build more transportation, right? On places like actually Colonial Drive, Silver Star Road, Cimarron Boulevard, where a lot of working class people live. And oftentimes, they are forced to drive a car and then they're forced to bear the brunt of car insurance, of paying for a car, of gas, of all these things, instead of, taking a bus that actually works that could get them where they have to be, without breaking the bank, and also help the environment too. So that's kind of how I see a lot of things that we talked about. And I think, you can't talk about environment or climate without thinking about, working class communities and the, black and brown communities that are already, facing the impacts right now really heavily.
Through my involvement with the Humane Society and my church, a lot of times we hold fundraisers and get everyone together outside and just enjoy nature and just get to know our neighbors, because a lot of times we're stuck inside social media, work, working from home, so we're always looking at that blue light, laptop and phone. This is a time to just disconnect and really connect with one another. And it's really important because, not a lot of people even know their neighbors anymore. And I believe that's where the disconnect comes from. So.
Kind of building off of what was said by both of you. I really want to reemphasize the importance of making sure community voices are heard, because we can't achieve environmental justice without knowing what the community needs are. So really getting into the communities and getting to talk to people one-on-one in person and having community gatherings where people can get to know each other and get to really see what's in their community and what their community needs, I think are important for future environmental justice, especially in Orlando.
The Clio Institute is a climate education nonprofit, but it also is a justice organization, and you can't talk about one without the other. And our founder, Caroline Lewis, tells a story where she says that with climate change, we're all in the same storm, but we're not in the same boat. Some people are in a yacht, some people are in a kayak, some people are in the water with a life jacket, and some are just there without a life jacket. So I think it's really important to incorporate that at every step of the way. And the way that Clio does that is through our Empowering Resilient Women's program. And through our youth program, we advocate for policies like protecting LIHEAP for economic justice, make sure that power isn't cut off when people don't pay their power bill, and also advocating for bills that prevent electric shutoffs on extreme heat days. Energy justice is a really big issue here in Florida, so that's kind of our effort there.
What I've seen in the 6 to 7 months of just fully high diving, just fully deep end with environmental issues, is the protection and the immunity that developers have. They prey on middle and lower class with these beautiful homes, and they're not what they seem. And you look at their deeds, you look at their purchasing agreements, and there's nothing these homeowners can do. And they thought they were doing the American dream and they were buying their home, and these lower and middle class families are stuck. And that's one issue that, both the socials and environmental, because they have homes that are not safe. They have homes that during hurricanes, they could possibly collapse, and there's nothing that they can do because they just spent all this money on a home, and now they can't afford an attorney. So that's a huge social issue that I see really affecting the environment as well.
So, first off, I want to thank my panel. They've been incredible, huh? And I do want to open it to the floor, but I just want to do one more question, if y'all don't mind. Kind of a speed round thing here. So I'm going to start at the end. We're going to work our way real quick. What is your favorite green space in Florida, and why does it matter to you?
Oh my God, I went to UF, go Gators. And there was like a springs that was really close called Itachukne Springs, and it was like super peaceful, super calm. Like, you could see like manatees, turtles, all this wildlife. And, it was cool because I've been to like springs here in Orlando, like Wekiva, Kelly Rock. I love those springs too. But I feel like Itachukne, like you really saw like so much, and it was so peaceful. So that would be the one for me.
Yes.
So for me, I would say anywhere near Cocoa Beach, just on the beach itself, specifically right before sunrise, when everything is so still, the dolphins are coming out, you see the sea turtles, you see so much nature when there aren't anyone around, and you really appreciate, the environment at that.
Mine might be a little bit controversial, but like as a Orlando native, I love like Yola Park. It's just so nostalgic to me. And like when I was a kid, we would go to the farmer's market. I'll get a Belgian waffle, walk around, go to the playground, feed the ducks bread. You can't do that anymore. But yeah, it's just like always been there, and they've really like kept it up really well. And like I really like to go see the art sculptures and everything. It's just like peaceful. You can walk in.
So my favorite place is Spirit of Suwannee Music Park in Live Oak. I love it there. That is like my church. I like to go to music festivals there, and the greenery is just unreal.
Outstanding.
Before officially moving to Lake County, it was the Ocala National Park, because you can hike, you can hunt, you can camp, and my husband and I did hiking and camping, and we backpacked with 50-pound backpacks throughout the forest. Don't recommend it. For a starter, go lighter. But after moving to Lake County, there's this little reservation right behind my house. Lake County Water Management manages the entire reserve. And it's just this beautiful, quiet area that there's nature. It can't be touched. And I just like walking it. And fun fact, there's like probably correct me, like 100-foot drop. And so it's like an actual hike. And it's just the most beautiful, quiet, little safe place.
Beautiful. We got time for maybe one question. Is there anybody who wants to ask our panel anything specific? Oh, we got Lee Perry in the front row. When are you running for office? Woo! All right, we'll start at this end. Scotland.
I've done it. It's not for the weak. Maybe in the future, I like the power that yields being the voice to the elected officials. In this political climate, it's very vulgar, it's very violent, and I do like my privacy. So I think my place right now belongs behind the scenes of the elected officials, controlling the money they get, and kind of being the thorn in their butt, because you get more done kind of pushing them and bullying them instead of the opposite.
Any political aspirations, Alika?
I'm not running for office, but just wanted to put it out there. Our sister organization is running a youth candidate training on November 8th. We're trying to demystify the process, so if you know any ambitious, smart young people that you want to recommend, please reach out.
Lakeda for president?
No, thank you.
Paulina, where you at?
No, thank you.
All right. Giancarlo.
I'm good where I'm at right now. Kind of echoing what was said before, I feel like you can put a lot of pressure on people on the outside that is hard to do when you're a politician. You got to be careful what you say. So happy where I'm at right now. That's what I'll say.
All right, give it up for our youth panel. Thank you all so much. I've been taking selfies all day, so I need one more. Now we're talking.
I'm like, did you?
Yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's give our panel, our youth voices, another round of applause. I can tell the love that Jonathan has for the youth, the young minds, by the way he moderated this panel. And I must say that the youth voices that were highlighted here today are very inspiring. So thank you so much for everything that you guys are doing to get our community prepared and what you're doing to prepare yourselves as leaders in this climate. So thank you once again to Jonathan and to our Mason panels. Now we're going to move on to the next segment of our program. Are you guys ready? See? Okay. So this next person, it's my honor to introduce our keynote speaker for today, Richard Grosso. One of Florida's most respected voices in environmental and land use law. With over 35 years of experience, Mr. Grosso has dedicated his career to protecting Florida's environment and communities through his work in environmental, land use, constitutional, and property rights law. His efforts have shaped major initiatives like the Comprehensive Everglades Restoration Plan, land use planning in the Florida Keys, and policies addressing climate and sea level rise across South Florida. That's a lot of studying, sir. He previously served as the executive director and general counsel of the Everglades Law Center, legal director for the 1,000 Friends of Florida, and as an attorney for the Florida Department of Community Affairs and Environmental Regulation. Today, he leads his own firm, Richard Grosso, PA, continuing his lifelong commitment to public interest environmental law. His work has earned numerous honors, including Audubon, Florida's Everglades Championship Award, and the Florida Bar's Lifetime Achievement Award for his enduring service to justice and environment. Please help me welcome with a big round of applause, Mr. Richard Grosso.
It's kind of intimidating to be couched as the keynote speaker after what we've seen come today. This is one of the most impressive environmental symposiums I have ever attended. It started with political firepower this morning and the diversity of speakers, the diversity of perspectives, from the young to the older folks like myself. I want to start talking about why there's challenges that can be daunting for us, but and I'll get to that soon, but I am so encouraged by today. I can tell you that it's been an incredible boost for me personally. And I really appreciate the chance to talk to everybody after everything we've heard and seen so far today. I've been doing this for almost 40 years now. Started with government. I've worked for environmental advocates, community organizations, people clearly on the public interest side. There's not very many of us in the legal community that only work that side of the fence, because obviously the economics, the money is decidedly on the other side. And so it's very much a lifestyle choice that the lawyers, the men and women I work with on our side, you make when you do this kind of work. And it's challenging, and it's really hard sometimes to maintain your peace of mind and your good humor and your good spirits. There's a lot of reasons to be really concerned about what's going on. We have not done much overall positive as a state in the last 20, 25 years in terms of policy. We have taken a state that was at the forefront of modern wetland, water quality, water quantity, modern planning and environmental laws, and we have kind of weakened them, dismantled them entirely in some cases, consistently over the last 25 years. We made it easier for people to get wetland permits. We've pretty much dismantled a landmark 1985 comprehensive planning law, and we've not really enforced that which remains of that statewide planning law very well over the last 15 years or so. We have this long, narrow, linear state surrounded on three sides and underneath by water, and with roads and development in that narrow peninsular state, we have squeezed out so many of our large wildlife species that need lots of room to roam, and we've made it really hard for their future in terms of sustainability. We have pretty widespread water pollution problems. Our estuaries, our nearshore waters, they don't tell you on the postcard, that beach is probably going to be off limits to swimming when you show up for vacation, that kind of thing. So we have a state that is so vulnerable to pollution, but yet its brand is the outdoors and the beaches and the waters, our springs, which I don't know about you. I grew up in South Florida, and it's the beaches and the Everglades, and I've spent a huge part of what I've done in my time working on the Everglades. But boy, for my money, the springs of Florida, of Northeast Florida, though that's to me, when I lived part-time in D.C. also. I happened to be married to someone who had a great opportunity to serve in the Biden administration for the last 4 years. And so we relocated up there. We really like that there. But when I get homesick for Florida, having grown up in South Florida, I really think about Ocala National Forest and springs and the rivers and that area of natural Florida that most people that don't know Florida don't really think about as Florida. But our springs are getting polluted, and our rivers and our nearshore waters where people swim and try to fish. So many water bodies are impaired for pollution, and they're only getting worse. They're not getting a lot better. And then there's the economic losses. People who run restaurants and ecotourism related businesses have had huge economic devastating problems when we've had these massive fish kills and green algae and red tides and those kinds of things. And we've got an evacuation nightmare. When we've got full scale evacuations, we're so overdeveloped that people are scared to even try to evacuate, because that seems like a daunting nightmare. To leave my house that might be ground zero for that hurricane, I might prefer that to getting stuck in traffic. And so, we've got a state that is so narrow and fragile and surrounded by water, which of course is rising. We sea level rise, and yet we've not respected its carrying capacity. When you talk to some folks about carrying capacity, they think you're making up some sort of woke, hippie, liberal thing, but there's a basic tenet of not outspending what I have in the bank. There's a basic tenet of there's a finite amount of land and water, and you can only fragment that and pave it over and pollute it so much before you don't have it anymore. So, the concept of carrying capacity should not be some amorphous thing. It is a reality of the finite amount of land and water we have in Florida. And of course, with sea level rising, we're actually losing some of that land a little bit every single day. But we've never really come to terms with that. We stand still as a state that by and large has this, post-World War II, you got to build so everyone who wants to come here can come here, and they have to also be able to have their quarter-acre lot, and building more is better for the economy. It's as though the realities of finite amount of land and water, the realities of what we know about science, the realities of what we know about the economic importance of protecting these special places always tend to give way to this kind of fairy tale of everybody who wants to move here and live here should be subsidized to come to live here, right? Not just allowed. Of course, anybody who wants to move to Florida should be able to move to Florida. But yet, we should not have to give it away for free. We should be making development pay for itself. We should recognize that for the long-term health, economically as well as environmentally, there's a certain way we're going to need to build, denser, higher. There's certain locations that you just shouldn't build, or you should build only at a very low level. Our major ecosystems, Everglades, Indian River Lagoon, the Caloosahatchee and St. Lucie estuaries, natural places like Split Oak Forest, our rivers, our rural areas are all experiencing alarming rates of decline, habitat loss, water quality loss. One of the things that I find most frustrating as someone who's worked on the environmental issues for almost 40 years is something we heard a lot about today that I generally don't hear about, is the connection to human health. It's frustrating when I talk to people of whatever party affiliation that people still tend to see environmental protection as some sort of luxury, as some sort of nice but not necessary, as some sort of distraction. I care about climate. I assume everyone in this room does. I don't really care so much about the fate of the rock we're traveling under. The Earth is going to be okay. It's how habitable is it going to be for my grandchildren and their grandchildren and all that. So don't let people convince you that you're putting nature over humanity. To me, saving our ecosystem, maintaining a planet and a state that isn't so hot you can't live there safely, making our planet, our state habitable, to me is a very human-centric policy. I put humans first. And it's the role that our earth and our land and water serves us as human beings. That's what I'm after protecting, and I assume everybody in this room is doing that too. The other thing that is daunting as a concern, and again, so many things I want to talk about were mentioned today, but it's the current political climate. This thing that changed, I don't know, at some point in the last few years, where if you didn't vote for me, if you're my policy opponent, you're also my enemy. And I think you're un-American, and I think you're a bad person, and you're ill-motivated, or you're stupid. And it didn't used to be that way when I was, a young guy coming up. I remember the days of Ronald Reagan and Tip O'Neill, golfing together, and they were friends and all that business. Maybe I'm a little too old-fashioned for that thing, but this idea that you're my enemy now, just not my opponent, and if you care about the environment, like that's some sort of woke thing, and that's unacceptable. And that's daunting. It makes it very difficult. It makes it uncomfortable to speak out, to be an advocate for the environment. And it's really a problem. I've seen way too much in the last few years, this tendency of people who speak out getting slap sued by developers, getting harassed by them, being accosted. That's a very daunting thing. I know several advocates who've stopped doing environmental advocacy because they were sued for defamation, for libel, they're attacked. They're worried about having to pay some developer money because they said, oh, they clear-cut their property. Well, actually, they left a couple of trees, so they technically maybe didn't clear-cut. So you lied. You defamed me. That's kind of the state of play right now, is one example that's really concerning for people who are out there to speak up their minds. Now, we've successfully defended that woman. The developer has appealed that yet. But it takes a lot of effort and courage to speak up. So it can be very difficult. It can be very daunting, but there's a lot of room for optimism in our state. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't very optimistic. Compared to other states, we have some of the most sophisticated, robust land use and environmental laws in the state of Florida. Robust land acquisition, sometimes less robust than others, but our land acquisition programs, you'd be kind of amazed, maybe a little depressed at how so many states in the country do not have anything like the modern land use and environmental laws that we have here at the state level. Our often unwillingness to actually zealously use them and apply them is a separate issue, but we have the infrastructure of laws to do what we need to do in Florida. The other thing we have is an enormous amount of professional talent in government, state and local, the private sector firms, the NGO sector. The level of talent of, whatever, environmental conservationists, wildlife experts, engineers, hydrologists, whatever, in the state of Florida is as good or better as anywhere else in the country. Maybe that's one of the bright sides of having so many people who've moved here. We do have an incredible talent base in all sectors. That gives me an awful lot of hope for optimism into the future. And, the folks we just listened to right now, that situation is only going to be getting better because we are churning out people, compared to me and my peers. I graduated law school in 1986. The sophistication and the talent level of folks who are graduating from college and law school now just beats the hell out of that, which was me and my colleagues when we came out. We were kind of green behind the ears. These guys are not. And so that gives me an awfully, a good reason to be very optimistic. One of the things that I'm really optimistic about is the bipartisan nature of environmental protection in Florida. I'm seeing a turning tide. People are fed up with overdevelopment. People from the most left wing of the political spectrum to people in the most right wing of the political spectrum in this state are fed up with overdevelopment. They're showing up. They're electing pro-environmental candidates at the local level. There's been a palpable change in that in recent times. There's we've heard some talk about Senate Bill 180, and by disclosure, I'm involved in the lawsuit on one of the lawsuits on that. The other lawsuit was brought by about 25-ish different cities and counties in the state of Florida. Geographically diverse throughout the state, very politically diverse throughout the state. People who are concerned about overriding local officials' ability to plan for their own communities. The love of the environment, the love of home rule, the ability of local communities to control and protect their own future is a bipartisan thing. And I think this may be, the Senate Bill 180 thing may be a real inflection point for us throughout the entire state. I'm very excited by that. And the last thing that really got me excited was this morning. I do a lot of symposiums in my business, a lot of conferences. I have never seen anything like a member of U.S. Congress, 3 Florida legislators, a leading county commissioner, a mayor of one of the major local governments in the country here this morning at an environmental symposium. I've never seen that before. That is amazing. That gave me so much hope. Encourage them, thank them for showing up, because we need their leadership moving forward. How do we seize the momentum? What are the things to do? Be a leader, not a victim, right? We often feel victimized. I just rattled off a bunch of reasons why we should be angry and upset and feel like we're victimized. But act, walk, and talk like a leader. Don't be a persecuted victim, okay? That's how you seize the moment. I think that you want to, you know, the people that impressed me the most when I was a young lawyer were the people who were important and smart and super talented, and they treated their policy opponents like opponents, not enemies. They were respectful of opponents. They had an open mind. They wanted to hear the other side. They weren't so arrogant to pretend they already had all the answers. Let me tell you, the older I get, the more I've been doing this, the more I realize the stuff I don't know. When I run into people who act like they already have it all figured out, they already have all the answers, you're absolutely wrong, right? That's BS. You know that they can't be right, because it's not reality. Human beings don't know everything. And so to be the best among them, act like a leader. Act like somebody who has done a lot of homework, who knows what she's talking about, but who understands the reality that she doesn't know everything. And there's still a lot to be learned, and be open-minded. And if you treat people, you know, if I walk into a political scenario or a courtroom, and the lawyer who walks in all, you know, fingers wagging and spit coming out of their mouths and everything's throbbing, you know, it's like, okay, that's a wannabe. That's a chump. That person does not have the goods. When I see somebody come in and they're calm and they're collected and they're respectful of everybody, I think I could be in trouble now, okay? Because they got the goods to back it up. Be that second person, even if, you know. So I feel like that ability to be respected and to respect others matters, even as things are very difficult politically. Find human connections. My favorite environmental advocate is someone I'm married to, and she's incredibly talented. And she was nominated by President Biden to a very high level and served at a very high level of the Department of Interior. And one of my best days of my life was being in the room where she had her Senate confirmation hearing in front of the United States Senate, a Republican-dominated Senate. And the headline the next day in E&E News was, I'm paraphrasing, Estenos breezes through confirmation hearing. And why? Because she would return phone calls of conservative Republican senators. She would treat them like human beings. She would look them in the eye in a way that says, you know, we're on separate parties here, but I respect you. You're a U.S. Senator. Your priorities are my priorities. The personal connections that she's able to make with those folks mattered, even as difficult and rough and tumble as politics and mean and nasty as they are. Those personal relationships matter a lot, and they determine outcomes. You're not giving up your power. You're not giving up what you might view as your sense of you know, I'm right. You're actually using your power when you act and rely, you know, as a human being, and look people in the eye that you tend to immediately want to think they're going to be my opponent because of their political party or things they've said publicly. Never make that mistake. Maybe there's the family connection. Maybe you're both musicians, which is my big thing. Or maybe you love nature. There's always something with every other human being, a politician, whatever, that you can connect with on a human level, and find that. It may not win you their vote every time, but it'll win you their vote sometimes. And they may be neutral against you instead of being an opponent on something. You can always move the needle on them to some extent by having that human relationship where you've treated them and looked them in the face like a real human being, not an enemy. It still matters. Be that person. Be connected politically. As an environmental lawyer who spent most of my life enforcing environmental laws, they are useless unless the laws are strong. You can't really be effective unless you're engaged politically. You've got to get the right people elected. I have had several occasions where I was able to win a lawsuit, and the very first thing that happened in the next session of the legislature was they repealed or weakened that law we had just enforced. So the litigators, there's only so much we can do. We need the people writing the laws that really understand this stuff. Know who your state senator is. Know who your state representative is. More importantly, make sure they know who you are. All right, that matters. I think there can be a tendency, oh, they're this state senator, they're a state rep, they're important people, they don't care about me. I've actually been pretty amazed over the years, the number of times where I'll connect with them and say, oh, I never hear from people like you. I'd love to hear more from people like you. And I'm scratching my head. Why aren't all my other friends in the environmental community constantly contacting this person to give them unsolicited advice, to set up meetings with them? Do that. They work for you. Make sure you support people getting elected and make sure you are in their Rolodex, to use a term you probably don't know too much anymore. When they think about issues they're fixing to deal with legislatively. Build your bench, right? Today's county, city elected official is going to be tomorrow's state legislator who's going to be the next governor, and then maybe a U.S. senator, maybe even president of the United States. Build that bench of local leaders. Be a generation of leaders, as I more for the younger folks, that certainly respects the people who've been at it for a long time and know the way around, but also bring your renewed sense of urgency and energy and not caring all that much about whether you get invited to the ball or not. I think people my age tended to, that was important to us. We didn't want to be seen as outsiders, and we wanted to, we kind of played along maybe a little too much. But you can find that, you can thread that needle of bringing that sense of urgency and expecting that people are going to do what you need them to do for your future without being a jerk about it, okay? By being a human being and being respectful, but that sense of urgency that maybe my generation didn't have, bring that, okay? Don't just accept the status quo. The frankness and the energy that today's new crop of advocates brings to me is incredibly important. Ratchet down the stress. There are people who want to make this stressful. Don't let that happen. No matter what setting you're in, you're a lawyer in a litigation setting, you're in a political setting, be human, be charming, crack jokes, appropriately, of course, but keep the stress level down. It makes a big difference. Develop relationships. Do your homework. Be factual. Don't exaggerate. It's bad enough. Okay? We don't need to be exaggerating things. It's bad enough. Don't sink to their level. Don't lump Democrats and Republicans and other groups together. Okay? Work with anybody who will meet you halfway on your issue. And that includes the culture wars, right? If I'm a hiker, I'm a kayaker, maybe I don't love people who hunt and fish or whatever, but those are some of the best advocates for conserving natural lands in the state of Florida. Meet people where they are, form your coalitions, work with people that you're opposed on, 5 issues, but you might work together on these other 5 issues. Why would you not do that? Right? Don't put people in boxes and label them and you're forever my opponent. That's never going to work. It's only going to increase your stress level and decrease your effectiveness. Okay? So find that common ground. One of the things that I think is really important, we have this very diffuse set of rules about governance, right? We don't really have we have no sort of international, global governance. We have a state that is 50 different a country that's 50 different states, and then we have like 400 and some local governments in Florida or something like that. So knowing the role of the federal government, knowing the role of the international bodies, knowing the relationships between local land use planning and state permitting, that stuff matters. Being a generalist is important so that you can see how all the pieces fit and you can create and you can draw those connections, make those connections. And that the human part of that is really important. See yourself as an ecosystem of people. I know too many environmental advocates who were like, one of us got a job in government and now you're on the other side. I'm thinking, what are you talking about? We have one of our guys on the inside. So you are an ecosystem of people that are in government, people in the private sector who work for consulting firms or whatever, people who work for NGOs. Whether, that's not the correct wall. NGO versus for-profit versus government. The correct wall is people of integrity who are trying to make this a better state. And work with those people in government, in NGOs, in private sector consulting firms. That's how you get things done. That's how you push all the different levers of different levels of government. And that's how you have inside information with people who know what's going on where. And that's crucial to the process of being effective as you work these different layers of government and how things work together or don't work together. That people ecosystem. How many more minutes do I have? No, don't ever say that. Don't ever say that to me. All right. All right. Nuts and bolts, a couple of nuts and bolts thing, mostly for you advocates out there. Which one of the worst things that happens to me as an attorney when someone comes, emails or calls me and this happened and they approved it last night and now we want you to maybe take up our cause and bring up. How would we prepare to bring a legal challenge if we had to? And so you start organizing your evidence, your exhibits, your reports. Talk to an attorney, pay an attorney for 2 hours worth of time to tell you, here's what's relevant, here's what's not relevant, here are the things you need to do process-wise, here's the things you need to do to present your case and preserve your legal rights later. That is money really, really well spent up front in the process. And then you never need to pay the attorney another dime later after that. Maybe you do if you're going to get serious about it. But understanding the legal processes, understanding the things that are relevant to that decision you're trying to influence, boy, that can just keep you from wasting a whole bunch of time and effort. Engage in a lawyer up front. Get an expert witness. Right? You're never going to be in a position to change things. Never say never, but usually you're not going to change things unless you have some good legal guidance and your own expert. Whatever it is, a land use planner, a hydrologist, a wildlife biologist, you need experts. Environmental land use decisions are the stuff of expert opinions. Get one on your side. Establish relationships with staff. So much of what gets done leading up to a final decision of an agency, a county, a city, a state agency, is based on the report, the analysis, the recommendations of staff. And once they've made their recommendation of approval, that's probably what's going to happen. So your job is to have a relationship with those staff people. Your job is to influence their report and recommendations by giving them credible, fact-based science, other information to influence what they know and how they might end up making a recommendation. The things you do behind the scenes leading up to the decision are the most effective things you can do to effectuate an outcome that maybe is good. And then you don't need to go through the hassles and the cost of lawsuits. That is really that nut and bolt approach to being prepared for decisions is one of the most important things you can possibly do. Now, I want to talk a little bit about themes of advocacy. it's not about the environment. It's about the St. Lucie Estuary. It's about Split Oak Forest. It's about flooding in Fort Lauderdale, right? It's about removing the dam along the Ocklawaha River. It's not the environment. It's this site, place, specific thing that people actually care about. The environment is some sort of amorphous thing that hippies care about, right? But make it something that's tangible to people in their local community. That gets to the heart then. That's what matters. It's not, it's a bad analogy, but it's a concrete thing to them. Okay, it's not some sort of, what's the environment? Why should I care about that? Like politics, all environmental issues are local, okay? Emphasize the human health thing. It is a huge frustration to me. I said that earlier. This is about the future of our children. It's about cancer rates. It's about asthma. It's about increased health care costs. There are so many unknowns about the impact of air and water pollution on the human body. But yet the science is pretty consistently telling us it's bad. And so that's what you want to emphasize. And then, of course, there's the thing that motivates most people, and that's money. And so whether you want to talk about it in terms of capitalism or whatever, the bottom line is, as economics as a science has evolved over the years, we've got a much greater understanding of the economic downsides of development. Ask any city, county manager who you trust in this state, right? Does development mostly pay for itself like most people think? And the answer is largely going to be no, it doesn't largely pay for itself. Certainly not in all cases, okay? Ask yourself, do some research. When was the last time that any small or mid-sized community grew really big and the taxes went down? I don't know of any. But yet, smart, educated, thoughtful people who don't do environmental and land use stuff on a daily, weekly, whatever basis, that rhetoric of all development is good, it increases the tax base, it creates jobs, that rhetoric, largely discredited by actual modern economic science, still dominates the political landscape in most cases, I think. And so do your homework on that. Emphasize it. I know Kim talked about it. Thousand Friends does great work on that. Other people talked about it today in terms of the economic downsides of development in the wrong place. And then, of course, there's the economic upsides of nature. Water quality benefits, human health benefits, ecotourism benefits. A lot of people make a lot of good money off of preserving natural lands and improving water quality. Talk about it in those terms. For a lot of us, saving the earth and the special natural wonders that we have is sort of a moral thing and is part of our ethic. But a lot of people don't see it that way. And don't wait till you change everybody's sort of internal, ethics or other views to save the environment. If economics motivates somebody, use that. If human health impacts motivate someone, use that. Find them where they are and talk about it on those terms. Because any terms you want to talk about environmental protection, it wins. If you're doing an actual view of the actual science, the actual economics, environmental protection wins that debate every time if you're having a researched, sober, thoughtful, honest discussion about it. The other thing to me that's really important about being effective is focus. Too many of us in the Environmental Advocacy Committee, we show up, and there's 20 of us who always show up at the same meetings, and we repeat ourselves, and we lose. The most effective local advocates I've seen really focus geographically on their community. And they don't show up at every public hearing on every issue. Oh, it's you again. Yeah, you hate this, you oppose it, thank you, shut up and sit down. But those people who have developed expertise about a certain part of their county, a certain forest, a certain river, who have the knowledge and the expertise about that particular area and that particular resource, and they don't show up for every issue, they show up on those issues. That's the most effective thing. You know, you're usually up against some landowner or some developer who their goal in life is to develop this chunk of earth, and that's everything they are laser focused on. If you don't have a similar laser focus on that piece of earth, on that piece of land, on that community, you can't win that. All right? They're going to beat you every time. And so give up, I think, the tendency to want to be there for everything and fight every fight and raise my flag on everything. That's not real effective. Devote your time to developing expertise, relationships on particular areas that you care about and know about. That's how you're going to be a lot more effective, in my view. That laser focus. Don't spread yourself too thin. Take candidates and elected officials out there. Take them on a boat. Take them into the forest. Take them to the place you're trying to protect. Put them in a position where they're out there with you and you're surrounded by this wonder, and make them look you in the eye and say, no, I won't help you protect this. That's effective. Get them out there. Right? We all get really motivated when we go to those places ourselves and give them that same opportunity to see this. Because a lot of those folks, you know, look, let's face it, that's not what they do. They didn't grow up going out into the woods around the water. They don't know it like we know it. Give them that benefit. I have never had that do anything but positive when I've been part of a group that took an elected official or a candidate out there. You hook them, you get them to have to commit to you while they're out there. Yeah, I see why you're doing this. Yeah, I'll help. That matters. That's really effective. Get people out there with you. What else do I want to talk about for you young lawyers? Be charming, be disarming, ratchet the stress level down, be a professional, call up your opposing counsel. You know, I've done it a number of times where I would get that first email, you know, from opposing counsel, and it was aggressive and it was nasty, you know, and I would respond, hey, listen, I don't work that way. Okay, if that's how it's going to be, I'm not playing along. And they almost always back down. And when there's or I'll get something about some problem, you know, some issue, I'll call them up. Oh, he wasn't afraid to actually call me and talk like a human being. That matters. That if you push back on that initial aggressive, I'm going to be a jerk and I'm going to be an aggressive lawyer so I can put my face on a billboard and say, call me the aggressive lawyer. You know, you push back and they're generally going to fall in line. They're generally going to react and respond well to that, and you'll have a good working relationship with them. Be that kind of lawyer, okay? Because the best lawyers are that kind of lawyer, all right? And this goes for all advocates, lawyers, non-lawyer advocates, have that special place in your heart for those who've devoted their career to doing public interest work. I mean, let's face it, they're more fun, okay? People who protect the environment for a living, people who protect the environment as unpaid advocates, people who care about this, people who know the woods, people who know the rivers, they are a lot more fun to hang out with than the others who don't, all right? That's what I think. But yet have good relationships with your opposing counsel, have good relationships with, right? Because you know what? It's not in your benefit as typically a more low-budget community group or low-budget community advocacy group or whatever. It's not in your best interest for litigation and issues to get really expensive and really difficult, right? You need it to work smoothly. So that's your job as a lawyer, is to help things move along smoothly, less expensively, with less stress. Because life is short, we all need less stress in our lives, okay? What to do when things go bad, take time off, get yourself back out in nature, play music, play sports, whatever, okay? It's a marathon, not a sprint. It's easy to fall into this thing that I can't slow down. I got to keep moving. There's too much to do. Of course, there's a lot to do, but you need to keep yourself sane and happy and at it for a very long time. So take that time out. It's really important. Do things like having musical bonding experiences after conferences and that sort of thing. The humanity part of all of this, it helps the politics, it helps the litigation go, and it keeps you going as a human being as you continue what can be, on a pretty daily basis, a really daunting uphill battle as we try to preserve our quality of life, our state, our country, and our planet. Today, to me, has really confirmed my own optimism in our ability to do this if we do it smart. And I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to this group. Thank you all very, very much.
Let's give Mr. Grosso another big round of applause. The dialogue that we've had today in this room has been amazing, and I must say that you have my undivided attention, sir. And there's something that you said that I had to write it down, and I'm going to take with me. And the one thing you said is see yourself as an ecosystem of people. And that is so beautiful. See yourself as an ecosystem of people. And then you said the humanity part of all of this. Don't forget that. So thank you so much, Mr. Grosso, for being here with us, sharing your knowledge and encouraging us to find out more common ground and unite as a community. So thank you so much. Another big round of applause for him. And you are all troopers. We are in our last stretch here. I want to bring to the front Jonathan, Mr. Keene. Let's welcome Mr. Keene back on stage. He's going to share some thank yous with us. And I do, after Mr. Keene speaks, I have some last minute remarks for everyone. So please hold on tight real quick. Thank you, Mr. Keene.
Just so many blessings today. I don't even know where to begin. Well, I do know where to begin. Can we take a second to just put your hands together for the amazing Yetsenia Negron, our host today, the MC. This incredible event couldn't have gone on without her, and certainly without the amazing team with Orange TV, those incredible technical folks in the back. If you're watching this on the internet, thank them. And for everyone who will go home and watch to listen, if you hear your question over the internet, thank them. So, and thank all of you for being here. This was such a great attended event. Certainly exceeded my expectations. And I couldn't be more pleased. And typically in a situation like this, I'm really grateful for the folks that are doing the work. All of our panelists, from our government servants to the nonprofits, and certainly our voices on the youth panel, and our incredible speakers, Nadia Ahmad and the amazing Richard Grosso. Thank you so much for being here today and just offering your incredible insight, just invaluable. And I do want to take a second real quick to thank Commissioner Wilson specifically, who unfortunately had to leave, but this event doesn't take place without her. She approached us and asked if we would be interested in working together, and I couldn't wait. Not only is this a Barry alum, not only is this somebody who's an integral part, an icon within our own environmental law program, but it's somebody that I know is passionate and cares about her constituents and everybody else in this state, everybody else in this country, and certainly the world. And that's somebody who walks the walk. She doesn't just say things to expect a pat on the back. She's out there. She's making a difference in people's lives. And so I salute Commissioner Nicole Wilson and especially her team for all the hard work they did. Jessica, Alexis, thank you both so much. I would again very much like to thank the law school. Barry has been an incredible opportunity for me to get back into environmental law. I want to thank from the bottom of my heart Dean Letitia Diaz for being here this morning to provide the opening remarks, for my partner in crime, the director of our Environmental Earth Law Clinic, Professor Margaret Stewart, and for every single person who has sweated, our student volunteers, our amazing event planner, Bryce Cook and his team. Outstanding job today. And of course, our catering team for that awesome lunch. I hope you all enjoyed the food. With that said, for those of you who have already heeded the call, you already know that you're going to be out there doing this work. You're amazing. Keep it up. And I'm so inspired and proud of all of you. No matter where you come from, no matter the age, no matter how long you've been doing it, the fact that you care, the fact that you're here, and this matters to you, that means everything to me, because that's what the center is all about, is finding ways to connect with people and show them the value of nature, and that nature deserves a seat at this table. They deserve standings in court, and most importantly, we're equals. We don't exist without nature. We are nature, and nature is us. So thank you for those of you who do it, and for those of you who had never heard the words environmental justice together before today, thank you for giving this a chance. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for being here and making this a new part of your life. And hopefully you'll heed the call. You'll be inspired by somebody you heard talk today. And again, for every single person that takes nature to heart and does whatever they can to protect it, whether it's through legislation, through policy, voting the right people into office, or just getting out there volunteering in your community, from the bottom of my heart, from the Center for Earth Jurisprudence at Berry Law, thank you.